The Senate will come to order. Members, please stand for the prayer. Today we'll take a moment of silent prayer and reflection, and after that silent prayer and reflection, please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. The Secretary will take the roll.
Senators Abler, Anderson B., Anderson P., Bach, Benson, Bigham, Carlson, Chamberlain, Champion, Clausen, Cohen, Swedzinski, Dames, Dibble, Draheim, Dietzick, Eaton, Eichhorn, Eakin, Franzen, Friends, Gazelka, Goggin, Hall, Herr, Hayden, Hoffman, Housley, Howe, Ingebrigtsen, Isaacson, Jasinski, Jensen, Johnson, Kent, Kiffmeyer, Klein, Coran, Lane, Lang, Latz, Limmer, Little, Marty, Matthews, Miller, Nelson, Newman, Newton, Osmic, Pappas, Rarick, Ralph, Rest, Rosen, Rude, Senjum, Simonson, Sparks, Tomasoni, Torres Ray, Utke, Weber, Westrom, Uyghur, Wickland. A quorum is present. Pursuant to Rule 14.1, the following members intend to vote under Rule 40.7. Senators Anderson B., Carlson, Clausen, Dames, Dietzick, Eaton, Hall, Isaacson, Klein, Lane, Latz, Marty, Nelson, Newton, Rest, Rude, Senjum, Sparks, Torres Ray, and Wickland. Members will begin on the Senate agenda today with the third order of business, messages from the House. The Secretary will read the message. Mr. President, I have the honor to announce the passage by the House of the following Senate file as amended by the House, in which the amendments the concurrence of the Senate is respectfully requested. Senate file number 3358, a bill for an act relating to employment. Senate file number 3358 is herewith returned to the Senate. Patrick D. Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives.
Senator Benson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate File 3358 be laid on the table.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. Opposed say no. We will take a brief pause to gather the votes of the members in alternate locations. Receiving a sufficient number of aye votes, the motion prevails. Continuing to the fifth order of business, reports of committees, we have 3 reports to be read by the Secretary.
All at once. Senator Rosen from the Committee on Finance, to which was re-referred Senate File 2084, Bill for an Act relating to energy, reports the same back with a recommendation that the bill do pass. Senator Benson from the Committee on Health and Human Services, Finance and Policy, to which was referred Senate File number 4603, a bill for an act relating to health care, reports the same back with a recommendation that the bill be amended as follows, and when so amended, the bill be re-referred to the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety, Finance and Policy without recommendation. Pursuant to Joint Rule 2.03, the bill was referred to the Committee on Rules and Administration. Senator Benson from the Committee on Health and Human Services, Finance and Policy, to which was referred Senate File number 4500, a bill for an act relating to public health, and when so, that the bill be amended, and when so amended, the bill do pass and be referred to the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety, Finance and Policy. Pursuant to Joint Rule 2.03, the bill was referred to the Committee on Rules and Administration.
Senator Benson.
Mr. President, I move that the committee reports printed on the agenda and read by the Secretary be adopted with the exception of bills pertaining to Joint Rule 2.03.
Discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. We'll take a brief pause to gather the votes of members in alternate locations. Receiving a sufficient number of aye votes, the motion prevails. The next order of business is the sixth order of business, second reading of Senate bills. The Secretary will read the Senate file number.
Senate File number 2084.
Second reading. The next order of business is the seventh order of business, second reading of House bills. The Secretary will read the House file number.
House File number 1503.
Second reading. Moving to the eighth order of business, introduction and first reading of Senate bills listed in today's introduction calendar are Senate file numbers 4618 through 4623. We do have one change. Senate file 4623 will be referred to the Committee on Transportation, Finance, and Policy. These Senate files are given their first reading and referred as indicated. Moving to the ninth order of business, motions and resolutions. We have a few authors' motions listed in the agenda. We'll take these authors' motions as one motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. We'll take a brief pause. Receiving a sufficient number of aye votes, the motion prevails. Remaining under motions and resolutions, will proceed to the confirmation calendar. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the appointment of notaries public received May 4th, 2020 be taken from the table.
Discussion on the Limmer motion. Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. We will take a brief pause to gather the votes of the members in alternate locations. Receiving a sufficient number of aye votes, the motion prevails. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate do now consent to and confirm the appointment of the notaries public.
Discussion on that motion. Senator Limmer.
Mr. Chairman, this is somewhat of an annual event. There's a number of people that file to be notaries public throughout the state of Minnesota. We usually take these confirmations, which are required under law, to be done in one full sweep, and this is that magic day. They have been received as of May 4th, and that's the list that we are now contemplating. I will stand for any questions.
Any discussion on the Limmer motion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. We will take a brief pause to gather the votes of the members in alternate locations.
I would have brought my stamp I thought you were going to ask me to name them. Just say my name. Just think. Advisor's bill and the notary's public bill, only in 1 year. Re-election, here I come. There you go. Maybe you can get every notary to campaign for you. Maybe. But they charge me $5.
Receiving a sufficient number of aye votes, the motion prevails. Remaining under motions and resolutions, Senator Benson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Rule 26, I designate the following bills to be made special orders for immediate consideration. Members, there is a list on your desk.
Members, the first bill up for consideration is number 86 on general orders, Senate File 4519, Senator Osmek.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate File 4519 is a bill to change the statutory language regarding the imposition of a peacetime emergency by the governor of Minnesota. Before I talk about the bill, and I do know the rules of the Senate, I know we are not to use props, but I will hold this in my hand. This is a copy of the Constitution of the United States of America. I have always been fascinated by how men 200 and some years ago were able to define a nation and put into place a constitution with such precise and valuable language that formed what we live under today as far as the government is concerned. That they were well ahead of their time. Some would say well above their pay grade in determining a Bill of Rights, which we hold, and I do, hold very sacred. And we created in this nation three co-equal branches of government: the executive, the legislative, and the judicial. And they're in balance, and they're to work together to make this nation great. This bill provides a little bit more co-equal to the co-equal branches between the executive and the legislative. This doesn't end the governor's emergency orders that we're currently under here in the state of Minnesota. It does not. What it does say is very simply that instead of the legislative branch being a passive group or a passive part of an emergency peacetime order, that we are active. What do I mean by that? Well, right now, under current existing statute, the language for ending an emergency peacetime order, other than the governor making that declaration, is by a vote of the Senate and the House, the legislative branch, to cease that emergency peacetime order. So we are passive in that respect. We allow it to continue, that the governor can continue to execute additional peacetime orders in 30-day increments without suspension unless the legislature, the two branches, say that he can't. This bill, members, simply says instead of the Senate and House being passive, that we are now an active participant, that we would actually have to take a vote at the end of 30 days to allow an additional extension by the executive branch. That's important because no one is saying that the governor shouldn't have his peacetime emergency orders. I am not advocating for that. I think it is short-sighted for anyone to advocate that in the case of a peacetime emergency, that the governor shouldn't have those powers. But what we are saying with changing the position of the legislature to being an active participant is after 30 days, after the initial thrust of whatever that emergency might be, that the legislature then has to evaluate where we are and evaluate, is this something that we want to continue? It doesn't override the governor, but it does say we need to, as the legislative branch, be an active participant. Members, the executive branch has used executive orders in peacetime emergencies throughout history. Governor Pawlenty in 2005 used it for Hurricane Katrina, for tornadoes. Governor Dayton used it for a flooding, storm damage. History is replete in peacetime emergencies. There's nothing wrong with that. But this bill changes it, so instead of the legislature just being the body that provides the money, and we have, in a bipartisan nature, we have funded this COVID crisis with very rare, exceptional red votes on our board. But should we not be an active participant after the initial thrust, after the initial 30 days? The governor should really support this. Why do I say that? Because after 30 days of his initial peacetime order, he is going to receive validation from the legislative branch that we are one Minnesota. That's a campaign pledge I heard, or promise or theme that I've heard someplace before, that we actually are together. Do I think that in April, this body, under this legislation, would have ceased his peacetime emergency declaration? I don't think we would have. However, for people at home, and if you remember back Saturday, you saw Schoolhouse Rock on TV, and we learned about how bills are made, but we also understood how we have three branches of government that are co-equal. Should we not be an active participant? Should we not have a voice to validate what the governor is doing? That, members, is what this bill is. I'll briefly go over the items that are in the bill and point to them just briefly. In page 2, line 1 starts the change that puts the legislature more actively involved in the process. It says that he will be able to extend for additional 14-day increments as long as both the House and the Senate vote to extend his peacetime order. And then on lines 2.15, there's additional language dealing with the declaration, if there's a second peacetime declaration at the same time in that unlikely event, it puts in additional language. So, members, I think this should be something that should be supported by this body, because it goes from this date forward and says the Senate, and I hope the other body, are going to be active participants validating an emergency, validating what the governor is doing under the peacetime declarations, and being an active participant when Minnesota is in crisis. And I would ask for a green vote and stand for questions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion on Senate File 4519. I have Senator Frentz followed by Senator Abler. Senator Frentz.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. And I think this bill is a bad idea. We're talking about emergency response. So I took the liberty to look up the definition of an emergency. It is a serious, unexpected, and often dangerous situation requiring immediate action. That's the key here, members. This bill does not validate the governor's choice. This bill stands to potentially block it. Can you imagine a person running up to a firefighter on the street and saying, "Sir, my house is on fire, please help." And the firefighter says, "Well, sure, I just have to convene the legislature in 3 days and see if both chambers agree." Not likely. Will Senator Osmek yield to a question?
Senator Osmek will yield. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Osmek, do you agree with the President of the United States and the 50 United States governors that the COVID-19 pandemic is an emergency?
Senator Osmek.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Friends, I don't think I've ever said that I don't think that it is an emergency. However, after a certain length of time, I do start to question why we would not move back to a regular, normal state of government operations. You know, I appreciate your commentary on an emergency, that a person's house on fire we should not wait for someone to go over and rescue people that are there. There is nothing, absolutely nothing, that suspends the governor's ability for 30 days. So if the governor's office wants to let that house burn for 30 days, I guess he certainly can. But after the firefighters have gone in and stopped the fire, after the firefighters have rescued the people, and there's additional 30 days after those firefighters are there, if there's an additional need for the emergency, I think we as a co-equal branch should be involved. And by the way, I would also agree at the federal level, under the same rules, and I'm not a wizard on what the federal emergency language is, I would also agree that both legislative branches in Washington, D.C. should follow the same protocol. So thank you for the question, Senator Frentz.
Senator Frentz.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Osmek. It sounds like we disagree on whether the House is still on fire. As of this week, Minnesota infections, intensive care hospitalizations, and fatalities are at the highest point. So it looks to me like the flames are going higher and higher. We are still in a state of emergency, and the point of the emergency powers of the governor granted in Chapter 12 is that we do not want legislative intervention. Most Minnesotans would probably be surprised to hear someone suggest that at times of an emergency, we want to convene 201 legislators because maybe they're going to agree. Members, let's be clear. This law already allows the legislature to suspend a state of emergency. It says clearly in the statute, if the House and the Senate agree, a state of emergency extension can be stopped. So this body and the House have the right to say to a governor, your state of emergency extension is inappropriate, we are no longer in emergency, and we can stop it. What this bill does is says that if the two don't agree, the state of emergency would still be potentially stopped. And that's where I think, members, we should have some pause about legislative process and speed. In this chamber, and just in the last 2 weeks, we've talked about HAVA funding. We've talked about a bonding bill being held up. Members, we have a little bit of history of the legislature not moving that fast. We have the potential here for a single chamber to hold a state of emergency hostage. That is clearly not the legislative intent of this law, which goes back to 1951 and which has been amended several times since then, each time with an eye towards protecting Minnesotans during an emergency, and we're in one. Would Senator Osmek yield for another question?
Senator Osmic will yield. Senator Frantz.
Senator Osmic, we're talking about the people of Minnesota and how they want to be protected. On May 4th, the KSTP survey said 82% of Minnesotans supported the governor's handling of the pandemic and 14% opposed it. Why do you think that survey result was that number?
Senator Osmic.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Friends. I'm not going to speculate on others' motives, and I won't speculate on why people in a poll that has gone through a TV channel would vote or say what they say. I would only point to the fact that I have not said one word that we would suspend the governor's rules in his emergency order as it exists today. But I will say this. I would suggest, Senator Friends, that if the TV stations want to have a poll, that they might add an additional question, which is this: should the governor be able to suspend your constitutional rights of freedom of assembly, freedom of religion, and any number of additional protections that are in the document I'm holding, without at least having the other legislative or the other co-equal branch as part of that discussion? And we are all adults in this chamber. If this was an emergency that wasn't an emergency, I think we'd have a different question or a different answer to this. But it is very serious, Senator Friends, when we have a stay-at-home order under the emergency peacetime declaration that the governor has put into place that is telling people you cannot congregate in a place of worship. That directly impacts constitutional rights. It is very important to note how commerce has been affected, how businesses have been affected by that peacetime declaration, and how the governor has extended a number of provisions that have directly impacted not just people's businesses, but their lives. That we, as a legislative branch, need to be co-equal partners and active and not passive in that direction. So, Senator Friends, I would love to know if a question could be asked by those pollsters: do you believe that your legislative leaders should not be active in protecting your constitutional rights under an executive order that may cause you to not be able to do what you want to do under the freedoms that are in this document? Thank you for the question, Senator Friends.
Senator Frantz.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Osmic. I was kind of looking for what the people might like about the way the governor's handling the pandemic, but that's okay, we can move on. I'm going to tell you why I think they like him, because he sends a message of all in it together. One Minnesota. What is the governor telling us about this pandemic? We have to work together to have the best chance to get through it. And I think the people of Minnesota in that survey and the people of Minnesota that are watching us here today are saying that's the kind of leadership we want. Ask yourselves, members, who are the great leaders of our time? Lincoln, Churchill, okay, before our time, FDR. Great crises make great leaders. And what do those leaders all have in common with Governor Walz? They will tell you we are all in it together. People that use humility, people that use sincerity. You know who was sincere? Senator Paul Gazelka, Wednesday night. Do you know what he said about the governor, about his announcement? He said, this is really good news. That's sincerity. Thank you for that, Senator Gazelka, and thank you for calling it what it was. That's the kind of leadership we need. That's what this bill does not do, is it disempowers the governor in time of emergency, and that's what the people of Minnesota are telling us as a legislator we do not want. The Walz-Flanagan team also has people working alongside it. People with names like Chris and Huey and Emmett and Patrick and Charlie and Teddy. My friends at the State Patrol, at the Executive Protection Unit, these people are working darn hard, and they're working a lot of hours and behind the scenes. And what do they see? They see the people of Minnesota coming together and surviving and responding, and that's exactly what they should be. One Minnesota is for all of us. It's not just a political slogan. So members, what should we do with this bill? I'm going to vote no. The reason I'm going to vote no is that this bill is a poke in the eye to the governor. We already know the House has no companion bill. So treat people the way you want to be treated. I would suggest we reach out to the governor and say, hey, can we work together? Can we do something that's good for Minnesota? That's what the people want to see. And as far as this bill, you can put a yes up there on that board by your name if you want, but the state of Minnesota is watching. Thank you, Mr. President.
Point of order, Mr. President.
Senator Osmic. For
Thank you,
purpose
Mr.
to
President.
rise.
To correct Senator Friends, this does have a companion bill in the other body. So I just want to make sure that members understand there is a companion bill. Thank you.
Next on my list, I have a very long list, Senator Frentz. To that point, Senator Frentz.
Mr. President, to that point, Senator Osmic, you're correct. That bill is going nowhere, and we all know there will be no House passage of a bill like this. So this vote here is simply to poke the governor in the eye. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Osmic.
I have Senator Abler followed by Senator Cohen. Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I came down to say a few things, but I have to just continue the discussion. You know, we've all taken an oath to pretty much serve our people in the boundaries of the Constitution and law and custom and how it's to be done. And we may disagree, but we have also been instructed not to question the motives of why someone might do something. It's totally appropriate to say, I do not like your idea, I do not see merit, it will cause harm, and you'll be very disappointed at the outcome. It is very wrong to say this is meant to poke the governor in the eye. That is untoward and inappropriate and disrespects the author, who I happen to know, and I don't always agree with the author, but I always understand his motives are to do the best he can do for his district and his state and our place in the country. And so I hope as this discussion goes forward, we can remember we can disagree, but we are not going to question why somebody would do something. This has been one of the most amazing, challenging, horrible times to the state of Minnesota and our country and the world that anybody remembers. Most of the people living in 2018 are no longer living, and they don't remember. We don't remember this. This law was set up in the Korean War times, and I don't know what the dialogue was then, but it made sense. But as I review the history, there has either never or seldom been a peace and emergency on a long-term basis. And so I think nobody ever thought of it. We have a flood, we have a disaster of some sort, the governor does something to get federal aid and so on. But no one has ever been in a situation like this where it's touched so many parts of so many lives, where it's touched broad strokes and truly had the effect of causing business failures that were once strong. And it's nobody's fault. COVID happened, and I am not going to get involved about who, where, why, and all that, but it's here, and our response and generally has been very positive. But the changes that have been brought forward by the governor's executive orders, and I don't question his motives, Mr. President. In all my talks on the floor, I have not said that he had a bad intent or that he was somehow acting untowardly toward the people of Minnesota and the people that have been impacted. But I do disagree with some of his actions. And some of those actions have caused businesses to fail that didn't even have to be closed. It has caused more input, more impact. Some of those actions, by their effect on areas that were totally unaffected, not allowing counties to to weigh in on should we really close something or not, have caused businesses and communities and counties that don't have one case to no longer be in business. If you talk to the social workers and the people working in human services and the emergency rooms, suicide attempts truly are up. These aren't calls for help. They just messed up their effort at killing themselves. The child abuse is up. And so this is all of our problem. And Mr. President, I think this is exactly, and members, this is exactly the kind of discussion we should be having. And if you've been reading the paper, and I foolishly do every day, it's not always good news. But if I have a single point I want to make, it's this. In Wisconsin, the judge threw the whole thing out. And I'm not convinced that would be the right action, Mr. President, but he did. But the consequence of him throwing the whole thing out, and I'll quote from the Pioneer Press today's article, if Wisconsin is to have a statewide plan, Evers, that's Governor Evers, will have to work with the same Republicans whose lawsuit resulted in Wednesday's Wisconsin Supreme Court ruling. So, Senator Friends, I see you've left the floor, but I can tell you what the people want as I've traveled the state. They want us to work together and get things done. They think we're a part of this. And when I tell them, no, we're really not part of it at all, they're totally surprised. And I want to point out a contrast in some of the laws we have passed. We passed, and the governor had a special executive order 20-12 for human services to allow to suspend some of the rules. She's actually done a lot of great. Commissioner Harpstead has been amazing in that discussion. In that law that we passed here on the floor finally, it says that that 2 out of 4 chairs, any 2, can block her action. Do you know what that's provoked her to do? She would have anyway, probably, but it made her talk to us. I get call after call. Here's another plan we have. Here's a plan. What do you think? Oh, good, go ahead. We have not blocked any one of those. The Department of Health was granted the authority to suspend 20 statutes. 20 statutes. And in that, there was a notice that she just had to tell the various people. Mr. President, I am in charge of the funding for Minnesota's nursing homes, long-term living sites, and assisted livings. Do you know how many calls or comments I've gotten from the Commissioner of Health asking what I think? 0. That is what is happening here. And so the people do trust us. But I want to point out that cities are not places to just go rampant with crazy ideas. I don't know how many cities have, but I know Now Then, Oak Grove, and other ones in my area are thinking about it, where they're suspending their enforcement of the governor's executive order and telling people, come and open your businesses. That is civil disobedience. And that is not what we have in mind. That is telling all the people that think everything's great, but things aren't quite as great. And so, Mr. President, and members and people watching this, talking about working together. I have tried to contact the governor's office at least 6 times and sent multiple emails on other topics. And I've asked him through staff and also through a personal text, please call me. I want to help you with this. There's a couple things you might not know. And the answer to that was nothing. The emails I've sent asking my city, my businesses in my town, so there's a lot of paint, could they be allowed to work? Could this youth program go forward? You know what the response is I got, Mr. President? Well, I can't find a blank piece of paper. Nothing. That's why I'm standing up today, and that's why Senator Osmek is good. And so people hope that we will work together and get this done. This is a grave time. And so, Mr. President, thank you, and thank you, Senator Osmek, and other people. This is not a partisan thing. My first editorial we put out, the first editorial that came out in the Tribune was a bipartisan one. This is a bipartisan problem, and the solutions should be bipartisan and collaborative. And I could talk longer, but I won't. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
I have Senator Cohen, followed by Senator Pratt. Senator Cohen.
Mr. President and members, a couple of thoughts. First of all, let me just indicate that my posture has always been one of legislative oversight and legislative involvement. And in fact, during this year's session, I have been a co-author, I think, on, I'm not sure if it's been all the legislation of Senator Rosen relative to legislative appropriations in this matter, but I think at least 2 or 3 of her including one where I had some concern about a particular section. But I co-authored those bills because my history's been, over the years, one of wanting legislative oversight and appropriate legislative involvement. But I'll suggest that Senator Osmek's bill goes a bridge too far. Members, I would suppose this is not quite an appropriate analogy because I'm going to talk about a wartime emergency. But when President Roosevelt got his declaration of war on December 8th, 1941, he didn't come back to the Congress every 30 or 60 days to renew that declaration. Now, again, this deals with a peacetime emergency. And we recognize that in the context of where we are today, that this particular emergency is, as we all know, totally unique. There is just no comparison, as best we know, in Minnesota history. Certainly, I can't think of any legislative history relative to what might have happened 102 years ago with the 1918 pandemic and what legislative involvement was at that point. You know, things were simpler in the context of government. Senator Frentz has delineated quite eloquently reasons not to support this legislation. But I think what members should remember is that Governor Walz did not go into this just based upon a whim or a wish. If we've listened to him carefully over these last number of weeks and months, and when he has spoken to the state about why he is doing this, he has done so based upon extensive consultation, dialogue, and involvement with the folks who actually have the expertise in areas that I would suggest almost nobody on the floor of the Senate has. He's dealt with epidemiologists. He's dealt with medical practitioners. He has dealt with a host of folks who've been able to tell him in detail what is happening with this, what the possibility of community spread is, what's the possibility of extreme sickness, what's the possibility of not having hospitals and other healthcare facilities able to deal with what might be taking place with this illness and this pandemic. He has proceeded with extreme care and caution. He did not undergo, or he did not suggest this declaration of a peacetime emergency as a means to pit Minnesotans against each other. He certainly didn't do so because he was dealing in a very cavalier way with the possibility of the significant economic displacement that's taken place. He didn't do so without an awareness of what was happening to individual families and businesses throughout the state. He did so because he thought there was a significant risk. And he had, which none of us have, he had the detailed scientific and medical information that led him to make those decisions. And I think when we look at Senator Osmek's legislation, I think on the surface, does it sound okay? Yes, that there should be legislative involvement. As I indicated, that's been a history of mine relative to certainly the legislature's involvement with the appropriations process. But I think in this instance, a totally unique instance, Senator Osmek has not answered the question of what kind of knowledge base would a legislature have to countermand what Governor Walz or some subsequent governor might do under these circumstances. And that's why I think, again, when you compare what our legislative involvement might be versus Governor Walz, this legislation is certainly lacking. If we look, members, at how the legislative process proceeds, just look at how we've handled things this year. And again, an unusual situation. But we haven't had the chance to totally analyze even simple legislation that we're passing under these kinds of emergency conditions. How would we ever be expected to be a co-partner with a governor who has put all of his time and effort into determining what is best for the state? And that's why to pass Senator Osmek's bill and tie the hands of this governor or a future governor in circumstances that we can't imagine, as we could not have imagined these circumstances 6 months ago, would be a real mistake and would be a disservice to what the people of Minnesota expect from their government.
Next on the list, I have Senator Pratt, followed by Senator Dibble. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I've been listening to some of the discussion going on, and I don't see the Senator Osmek bill as any sort of criticism against the governor or the job that he's done. We can all say the governor has flattened the curve on the health care crisis, and we can have debates and disagreements on whether he's flattened the curve on the economic crisis. But this is about the Constitution. This is about three co-equal branches of government. And when this emergency powers law was passed, and as Senator Osmek ran through the history of its previous use, it's been used in very specific instances. And I don't think it was ever perceived or ever conceived that we would be in an emergency for this long. Now, what I do disagree with Senator Osmek on is the amount of time that it would require before the legislature agreed to extend. So let's walk through the current legislation. The governor is allowed 5 days. He goes to the Executive Council, and the Executive Council must grant him an additional 30 days. He has to get affirmation that the emergency has lasted more than 30 days. As I recall, coming back in under Governor Dayton's administration, we came back in and passed a spending bill to help with the natural disaster. Once he gets through that initial 30 days, he doesn't have to seek affirmation for continuing the emergency as he did for the first 30 days. He only has to discuss it if it goes beyond that second 30 days or the initial 35 days. I don't think the governor should bring us in every 2 weeks. I think we as a legislature and the governor should be able to come up with a plan that's at least 30 days long. We should be able to be that thoughtful about it. But I think that also puts the governor in a position to say he needs to work with the legislature and explain the very things to us so that we can work in concert, so we can work in tandem, so we can work in partnership going forward. And so, Mr. President, I'd like to offer the A2 amendment.
Senator Pratt offers the A2 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Pratt moves to amend Senate File Number 4519 as follows. Page 2, lines 6 and 8, delete. This is the A2 amendment.
To the A2 amendment, Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. The A2 amendment changes the OSMIC bill to seek legislative approval from every 14 days to every 30 days. I think this is a good compromise, and I would hope Senator Osmic adopts it as a friendly amendment.
Discussion to the A2, Senator Osmic.
Thank you, Mr. President, and to Senator Pratt. I appreciate the amendment. This was original language that was drafted in the other body. They had 14 days in it. I have bandied about whether once every 2 weeks is the appropriate time frame, but I'll tell you what, I will accept it as a friendly amendment because it maintains the same structure that the governor has right now, and I would concede that as something to give to the executive branch in order for us as a legislative branch to be more active in the process. So I would consider this a friendly amendment.
Any further discussion to the A2 amendment? Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. If Senator Pratt would yield.
Senator Pratt will yield. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Pratt, you said this is a compromise. Is it a compromise with whom? With members of your own caucus, or have you discussed this compromise with any members of the minority caucus before presenting this amendment?
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Dibble, I don't recall saying it was a compromise. I think that was Senator Osmic, but what I would say is that if I did say compromise, I meant it in the position to say exactly what Senator Osmic said, that I think we should be able to authorize something more than 30 days and be micromanaging the governor, as many of you have mentioned, to say that we could have a plan for greater than 2 weeks. And I think a 30-day, a month-by-month basis is a good middle ground.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Pratt, you did say the word compromise as you presented the idea. I will presume from your comments that you had no discussion with the minority about this compromise, and it's not responsive, of course, to the debate that we've been having on the subject. The debate we've been having is what is the appropriate use and procedure for a peacetime emergency when the executive authority needs to act free from ensnarement with leverages and deals and politics and getting bogged down so that they can best provide for the health and safety and lives of the people of Minnesota. So 14 days, 30 days, I guess I don't really care about the amendment. That's not the issue that we're debating right now.
Further discussion to the A2 amendment. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of adopting the A2 amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. We will pause to collect votes from members in the alternate locations. Members that are in the chamber, all those in favor of the A2 amendment, please stand at your desk. Thank you. You can be seated. All those opposed to the A2 amendment in the chamber, please stand. Thank you. You can be seated. Receiving a sufficient number of votes, the A2 amendment is adopted. Further discussion to Senate File 4519 as amended. I have Senator Dibble followed by Senator Kiffmeyer. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President, and members. Kind of made my points in arguing on the amendment, so I'll just reiterate them. I could never match the eloquence and articulateness and prose of Senator Frentz, so I won't repeat his fantastic arguments. I will just simply say that this may be a great discussion to have in the absence of a peacetime emergency, and I might accept some of the arguments and be more open and available to some of the arguments that are being made, but we just have to consider the context in which this is being brought forward in light of some actions that have been taken, not necessarily by members in this particular chamber, but certainly there's been some things that have happened outside of the chamber. When you hear about, for example, the leader of the minority party in the House wanting to leverage and trade on the life and health and safety of Minnesotans in exchange for his political support for an unrelated measure of legislation. And what he wants to trade is the governor's holding of the peacetime emergency power. Mr. President, when a bill like this comes up, one has to consider the context in which a proposal is coming forward. It's not more than a week or so ago when that bargain was attempted. So if we were to ask a poll of Minnesotans, we were comparing what we think Minnesotans would say in response to questions about what they would support. Why don't we ask Minnesotans, do you support the legislature having leverage over the chief executive who has peacetime emergency powers, who's trying to mobilize and align resources and policies in the services of frontline workers and all the sectors that need to respond in this moment of crisis in which literally thousands of Minnesotans are getting sick and thousands are dying, many more projected to die? Would you support the legislature grabbing a favored piece of legislation and leveraging that governor and his executive branch powers and the services that come from emergency providers and healthcare workers and child care workers and teachers, and ceasing his ability to bring all of that into alignment to respond to what Minnesotans need in this moment of crisis so that someone can get their preferred piece of legislation passed? I guess they would say no. But that is exactly what the minority leader in the House of the Republican Party is proposing to do. Do you think Minnesotans would favor seeing one of the leaders of that party out in front of the governor's house protesting alongside signs that equate that governor with dictators and violators of our constitutional freedoms and rights, and doing so in a way that exposes that individual to transmission of this very, very grave illness and virus? the same party that's proposing this legislation in front of us. My guess is that Minnesotans would say no, they wouldn't support that. So I would love to have this theoretical discussion about balance of power and distribution of power in our democratic system with our three branches of government, in the absence of this moment in which Minnesotans are looking to us for leadership and not cutting deals on whether or not we can do our best to pull together to keep them safe, keep them healthy as possible, to lose as few Minnesotans in this moment. Members, I really hope that the public doesn't lose their faith in this chamber because of this very discussion that we're having. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Gazelka.
Thank you, Mr. President. To that point, we aren't the House. We're the Senate. We are, I think, guiding towards a solution that has a bonding bill and tax relief and a whole host of things that we're working on. There's no threats to the governor. We want to work together with the governor. We think it's important for Minnesota to see that divided government continues to work even in a pandemic, which is what we proved last, a number of bills that we've done this year. It's what we proved last year in the only divided legislative bodies in the whole state, whole country, and we managed to navigate to a number of really good bills for Minnesota. So that is not the intent for me personally. It's about how do we work together. Nobody, I think, imagined that we would have something like this where a pandemic could potentially shut down the state for months and months and months. The people that designed the Constitution may have done it differently, but to be perfectly clear, it is about working together. That is essential through a pandemic. It's not about trading bills. It's not about any of that. It's how do we work together in a pandemic? How do we make sure we fight it together? And how do we make sure we get the economy back up and running? And so I can tell you from my perspective, that's what we're going to be doing here in the Senate.
Next on my list, I have Senator Kiffmeyer, followed by Senator Little. Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. So I stand in support of the amended Senate File 4519. One of the things that I have found about the conversations on the Senate floor was the importance of not questioning motives or impugning detrimental thoughts that you are not privy to. Without question, I have heard from all the members of our care and concern for Minnesota people during this time of fighting COVID-19. That has been expressed here over and over again. But to think that you can add spurious motives to that is contrary to a healthy discourse. We still have the U.S. Constitution that gives us the right of freedom of speech. My goodness sakes, to imply that somehow when we exercise our freedom of speech, that is a danger to this country? It's when you don't exercise your freedom of speech that is a danger. And I think that we take a look here at our neighboring Wisconsin right next door to us, and the Wisconsin Supreme Court that struck down the stay-at-home as overstepping the authority. We may see more of those. And really, it was interesting to say that now the governor in Wisconsin is going to have to work with the Republicans in the House and the Senate. It seems that would have been a good place to start. Probably one of the things is that an emergency is just that. You have an emergency. And current Minnesota law certainly says those first 5 days, you don't need to talk to anybody. Those first 5 days, you respond, and you respond now. And I am grateful for that law. You need it. You have it, without question. And even the additional time into the 30 or 35 days, depending upon how you read the statute, that is certainly a great block of time that gives the governor essential powers to protect Minnesotans. We have all honored that, we have supported that, and we have worked together. Matter of fact, in those first times, this Senate body provided the leadership for over $200 million of funding to the governor without restrictions for him to use, and we've worked together since then. We gave full funding to the Department of Health in around $20 million rather immediately, because we knew of that need and that ongoing need to assist them in the important work that they were doing. We have recognized that and have been active members here to do that. But the question I get from the constituents in my district and around the state is this: how long is it an emergency? How long? Is it 30 days and another 30 days and another 30 days? Is there no check? Is there no balance of power? The mere fact that the governor calls us back in regards to the statute, nonetheless, one body controlled by the governor's own political party, who has generally taken the position of whatever the governor says, they will be the echo to that. And so right now, one body is able to continue the emergency powers without limit. And so the citizens of my district are saying, are we turning into, what are we turning into? A type of one person controls all? I mean, is there any limit to this? We are responding to our constituents, which is the right of our title of senator. We are given that to represent our constituents, so we don't have to ask permission from the other body or from the minority party or from anybody else or the governor. I got elected and took an oath of office, and I'm honoring that. And to challenge us on the fact that we can be here today and have this discussion to represent the districts that we have, I don't think that's in keeping with the intention of this body. And it concerns me that that's even put that way, that somehow we have to have somebody else's permission to be on the Senate floor and voice the concerns of our districts, to voice the concerns of the people of Minnesota. And we care deeply about them and their jobs. And some of the people out there in Minnesota have jobs. They're able to work remotely from home. It kind of reminds me of a conversation I heard one time about between the chicken and the pig, and they were saying, let's have breakfast together, and the chicken says, well, I'll bring the eggs, you bring the bacon. So we have a situation right now where there are people in Minnesota who are employed, and we're so grateful for that. There are those who are able to continue working that way. However, there are those who can't bring home the bacon to their family. They can't provide for their family during this time because of the constraints on their work. And yet they see others, the big boxes, able to do things where they in their small shops are not able to. They find that restraint just arbitrary and hard to understand. And the biggest thing they say, does this just go on and on and on and on and on? Is there no check? Is there no balance? I thought that in our U.S. Constitution and our Minnesota Constitution that we had checks and balances. We just want the balance. We want what is in our Constitution and to use that. So, Mr. President, I appreciate the time that I've been able to speak on behalf of my constituents and others that I hear. Thank you.
Next, I have Senator Little, followed by Senator Champion. Senator Little.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the author yield?
Senator Osmic will yield. Senator Little.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Osmic, it's my understanding that the governor would not be able to allow a peacetime emergency to expire to then initiate a new peacetime emergency. Is that correct?
Senator Osmic.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Little, for the question. The way the wording is written is that the governor will have his ability to call the peacetime emergency, and he has 5 days to go to the Executive Council. Nothing has changed. That an extension after the Executive Council completes their review and approves would go up to 30 days. That's under current statute. That follows everything that we currently have in law. And what would happen is, after the expiration of 30 days, the governor would need or would ask for an extension, and then the two legislative bodies, with a vote from both floors, would make the determination based on the circumstances at hand whether it made sense to continue it. And there's a lot of motives that have been thrown around out here, and I think I said it earlier, do I think in April that we would have extended in this body under these rules? Absolutely. I don't think we were out of the emergency, the first phase.
Mr. President.
Senator Little, for what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I believe I still have the floor. I just wanted to clarify my question. I've read the bill. I understand the things that Senator Osmick has walked us through. My clarity is surrounding the difference between an extension of a peacetime emergency and just simply letting one emergency expire to declare a new one. So I'm wondering what the difference between those two things are, and I didn't hear that answer in there.
Senator Little, the floor would be returned to you at the conclusion of Senator Osmick's answer. Senator Osmick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Senator Little, I did not hear that was the question. Your question to me, I believe, was posed as, does the governor have the ability to extend the existing order? So if the new question you've presented me with is, does this say that the governor can suspend or can end a peacetime order and then call one the next day for the same purpose, I would direct you to section on page 2 that the governor would not be allowed to circumvent the law, which is, I think, what you're saying. Could the governor circumvent the House and the Senate by letting one expire, then the next day having an additional one? I think that would be viewed very poorly, and I think the public would be very suspicious of the governor not being willing to come to the legislative bodies, explain himself, explain what the emergency is, explain his rationale for extending the emergency, and getting the support. And I think if the circumstances which is where I was going, if the circumstances we saw in April, which was the conclusion of the first 30 days, do I believe, and I know my magic ball is in here that I could look into what we would have done, I think based on the circumstances, I would have given an immediate 30-day extension for the existing emergency orders, because we were in the process of getting hospitals prepared for an onslaught which really hasn't happened, but getting ventilators in place, getting the supplies needed, that we were still having problems, if my memory serves me, back into the Easter time. I don't think personally I would have said that we should have suspended that. So I think the answer is in the bill, Senator Little, as to your second question that you posed.
Senator Little.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the author continue to yield?
Senator Osmick will yield. Senator Little.
I appreciate Senator Osmick getting to my question. My follow-up question to that is a resurgence of COVID a new emergency, in your opinion, or is it an extension of a previous emergency?
Senator Osmick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Little. A resurgence, and I know what we're talking to is that we have heard from health experts who incidentally have seemed to be just a bit wrong with every model that we've seen, whether it's at the federal level or the state level. They continue to be revised. They continue to go down on the number of impacted individuals and the number of deaths. And let me make it very clear, deaths from COVID are not a good thing. Deaths from COVID, this is a pandemic we are dealing with. However, the governor, in his emergency orders that he put in place, and I agree that he should have had those powers. I agree that social distancing should have been enforced. I agree that the measures that he took when he implemented his orders and came out with a number of executive orders as a part of the peacetime emergency were the right thing to do. But when it comes to an additional peacetime order, I think at some point in time, the initial phase of an emergency, there has to be an end to this so that we can get back to regular, quote unquote, regular legislation, regular activities of your state government. And if in October, which I think that's where you're going, in October or November, that there is a flare-up, I think if there was a resumption of another executive order that directly was related to the first one, I think that's entirely appropriate based upon, of course, the science and data that the governor likes to continue to point to. However, we cannot for infinitum be under an emergency, peacetime emergency. It almost smacks of, well, I'm not going to say what it smacks of because I'm not going to ascribe any motives to anyone, whether it's you, Senator Little, or whether it's to the governor. But I think the answer to your question is, can you implement a second emergency order after the first one expires? Though it does say right here that you can't, that would be subverting the purpose of the two legislative bodies voting on it. I think it's wholly rightful that 2 months, 3 months down the line that there's a flare-up, that I think he would be, and I think this body would support an additional peacetime order in case that does happen. So nothing necessarily restricts, and if you'd like to put an amendment onto this bill, Senator Little, that if there's a second peacetime emergency, which incidentally it is in, if you read in lines 2.15 through 2.25, does talk about a second emergency at the same time the first one's going. I think if you wanted some additional language that says that if the emergency orders were completed and then due to other circumstances, you needed to have within a certain time frame, maybe it's 30 days, I don't know, we could talk about how long there needs to be some type of a pause. I think I would be amenable to saying, listen, you can call the same emergency, but it needs to be in the confines of some rational way that the legislative branch needs to be involved. So if you'd like to do that amendment, Senator Little, I'm all ears.
Senator Little.
Mr. President, what I'm trying to highlight here, and which Senator Osmek has been so gracious as to do, is that there is no clarity in this bill as to what is a new peacetime emergency versus what will be considered an extension of a peacetime emergency. So once a peacetime emergency expires, a governor could initiate a brand new peacetime emergency for something else. The problem with the bill is there's no distinction as to what will be considered new and what will be considered an extension. So Senator Osmek highlighted that we have a difference as opinion as what would be new. Is a resurgence of COVID new? That is a question which I believe there would be 201 opinions on, which then means we can know that the courts are going to have differing opinions on what is new as well. So this is going to be completely unenforceable due to its complete vagueness. Would the author yield for one more question?
Senator Osmek will yield. Senator Osmek. Oh, Senator Little asked the question. Senator Little.
Thank you, Mr. President. To Senator Osmek's question as to whether I've read the bill, I have, and that's why I'll be voting no. Senator Osmek, my question is there a provision in your bill that provides for the situation where the legislature can absolutely not meet?
Senator Osmek.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Little. Well, first, let's finish with your previous commentary. I'm all open for additional language to clarify your previous question that you have concerns on. That's why we are a deliberative body. If you have some suggestions, I'd be happy to sit down with you and add those to the proposal. Certainly, you have an interesting opinion of how those go, how that problem exists. So I'm more than happy if you'd like to talk about that. As far as your next question, the guidelines, it's not in this bill because there are guidelines that indicate in state statute right now that require after a certain length of time that the legislature, if the emergency orders are currently enforced, that the legislature has to actually be called back into special session. So while it may not necessarily be explicitly listed in the bill, there's already statutory language, Senator Little, that does require that the legislature be called back under certain circumstances.
Senator Little.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, there are statutory requirements that we be called back in certain circumstances, but we are people. And there are situations in an emergency where we're planning for the worst case scenario where we simply cannot meet, and your bill does not provide for that. Senator Osmek, as you mentioned, I'd be happy to work with you on this bill, but you stopped calling me a long time ago. And so we haven't been able to work on this bill. The fact of the matter is the language is so vague and unenforceable and doesn't plan for the worst case scenario. So I would urge this body to vote no. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President?
Senator Osmick.
Just briefly, Senator Little, my door is always open to members of either party. Yesterday, I was talking with Senator Tomassoni about an issue that he has on the RDA. If you had those concerns, my phone number is in the directory. You certainly could call me, and I'm more than happy to discuss any issue with you. And I think characterizing myself as not listening to you or calling you, I don't usually call all the members of the legislature very often. So if you'd like to discuss that, you certainly can. But I would suggest you may want to rephrase that in the future.
Further discussion on the bill, I have Senator Champion.
Mr. President, thank you so much for the opportunity to come down and speak about this bill. And in fact, I wondered if I would come down to speak because I heard the great words of Senator Friends and also the great words of Senator Cohen and Senator Little, Senator Dibble, and others around this bill. And I see my good friend, Mr. President, Senator Osmick, put up his hands like, what about me? And Senator Osmick has been articulate, but I think today, this proposal before us is unwarranted. It's not needed. And let me explain why I say such a thing. I think it's important for all those who are around this great state of Minnesota to know where I'm going to take these comments from. In fact, Senator Friends started down the track, but he stopped short of where else I would have gone in order to make sure that there's clarity around the state. And then Senator Little came forward, and he also began to touch upon these important points. And so at the risk of being redundant, I'm going to be as pointed as possible. So the first thing that I would say is that Minnesotans, you can look at Minnesota statute, section 12.31. That is our peacetime declaration. Why do I raise that? It's because that's law. I heard Senator Osmick mention earlier, haven't you seen the Saturday morning cartoon talking about I'm just a bill? Yes, I'm only a bill. And that particular cartoon was really important, or animation was really important to me because it helped me to understand early on the legislative process. The reason why I raised that is because it was at one time, the peacetime declaration was a proposal and it became a bill. It became a bill because both houses had the opportunity to debate it. Both houses had the opportunity to go through the traditional process of the legislature that we so deeply embrace. In fact, Senator Cohen talked about how this year things have been much different because he's been a great visionary and just a wonderful champion, no pun intended, around the legislative process and respecting the body. So the reason why he says that is because Minnesota statute section 12.31 has been debated. It's been debated by both parties. It's been debated by the folks all across this great state. What I also know for certain is that there's never been a challenge to that peacetime declaration as to its constitutionality. Because I've heard that repeated over and over on the floor about our constitutional rights. If there is a challenge around the constitutionality of Minnesota statute section 12.31, then it should be challenged if you believe somehow it doesn't respect the House, the Senate, and the executive branch. I believe that it does. Here's also why. Because in that statute, the governor, whoever it is, they have the ability to declare a peacetime emergency. And there's some things they have to look at in order to make such a declaration. That declaration only can go for 5 days. 5 days. unless there is an unless the executive council, which you will look in that statute, subdivision 2, unless the executive council decides to extend it for up to 30 days. Now that's key, up to 30 days, because that's up to the general counsel. And the reason why I wanted to underscore that, because I heard Mr. President, Senator Pratt make a mistake. He used the words that the general counsel must, not shall, not maybe, but when he used the word must, that's not in the statute. Because must means that there's a directive as opposed to the executive council having the discretion to decide what it is that they want to do. So it's not mandatory. Now here's what's also important. Mr. President, Senator Osmek over and over again talks about the affirmative action of the legislature, and the legislature should be involved in such important decision making. And in fact, the statute already recognizes that. Where, you might ask, Mr. President? Because the same statute that I mentioned says by majority vote, the House of each, by majority vote of each House, the legislature can at any time vote to terminate the governor's peacetime declaration. That means if the governor put forth a peacetime declaration and if this body didn't agree with it, we could vote against it. The House could vote against it according to the current law. That is the affirmative action of the legislature. And I may as well, Mr. President, remind us of this, because we've been in session. But what happens if we're not in session? If we're not in session and the governor puts forth a peacetime declaration, he has to notify again all the leaders. And if we're not in session, he is required, where it says he must, not could, not maybe. The statute says he must issue a call immediately, convening both houses of the legislature. So if we go home and there's a peacetime declaration up to 30 days, and only if the executive council allows for it to be up to 30 days, then we must be reconvened. He has to call us back into session. Now, why is that important? It's because, Mr. President, unless Senator Osmek, which I would ask him to yield later, if he can correct me of this, there's been no vote cast in this body to terminate the peacetime declaration. We had an opportunity to say if we think the peacetime declaration should go forward or not. In fact, when the governor just extended the peacetime declaration, if this body didn't want to, or if the House of Representatives didn't want to, we could vote against that, because that is the power that we have. And I think, Mr. President, Senator Osmek calls the affirmative power of the legislature. It's already there. So this talk about the legislature being afforded the opportunity to weigh into the governor's peacetime declaration is available to us as pursuant to the statute. And as I mentioned earlier, Mr. President, there's been no challenge to the statute. So I understand why Senator Friends stated so eloquently that this proposal is only intended to poke the governor in the eye. And here's the biggest thing that's wrong with the proposal that is being put forth today. Because what Senator Osmek is asking for, Mr. President, is for, if the governor wants to issue a peacetime declaration, he has to get the approval and the permission of both houses in order to go forward with his peacetime declaration. If we were to blindly accept the proposal that is being put forth by Senator Osmek. Here's the problem with that. If the governor says, let's do a peacetime declaration, and one house says yes, and the other house says no, then what happens to the people of Minnesota? In the middle of a crisis, there would be an impasse. So, Mr. President, Colleagues, I rise in order to ask you to vote against Senate File 4519. It's not necessary, and the current mechanism that we have in place in current law that has not been challenged, that has not been presented as a problem, is appropriate. So, Mr. President, with that, I would ask Senator Osmic to yield for one question.
Senator Osmic will yield. Senator Champion.
Senator Osmic, since we've been here, since the governor has extended the peacetime declaration, do you recall this body putting forth any resolution that we should terminate the governor's current peacetime declaration?
Senator Osmic.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Champion, for the question. I am not aware, although I have not scanned through the resolutions and bills in recent history to see if any member, any 66 other senators might have put that forward. I think that might be a little bit of an indication here that most of the senators, if not 67 of them, don't think that we should end the peacetime emergency. But I'm not going to ascribe motives, because I'm not going to say that, I'm not going to start that I can read minds of all the individuals that are here. I will say, though, as Senator Gazelka said, to continue to use a poke in the eye as ascribing motives to my bill or to myself is highly inappropriate. I would present this bill today, next week, next month, 3 months from now, because I believe in the subject matter. And I was going to mention this during my closing comments, but I'll bring this single point up. Part of the problem with waiting for the end of the peacetime emergency we're currently under is the high probability is we're not going to be here, which for some people might think that's a good thing that we're not still here. I am dealing with a legislative adjournment, as everyone else is, on Monday. So to hold off, and remember, if you did look when I submitted this, it's been a couple of weeks. I did that because I wanted to wait and see what was going to happen next. So I do say, though, that there are many people at home that are getting very frustrated. I think you get the same calls that I do. They get frustrated about how long this is taking and how much devastation that's being done to the business community, how many people are being impacted. There's frustration. And Senator Champion, my comment on the change I'm making, and you use the word affirmative, it's not what I've been saying. I've been saying an active role. Because if this proposal became law, I would have to be accountable. Right now, I'm not necessarily. You could say, well, I could put forth a resolution to suspend it, that kind of thing. This is true. But I can put forth a resolution that says that the moon is made of green cheese, too. It wouldn't get very far. This direction means I have to come in here, just like you would, and push a button to extend the authority, to extend what is currently happening under that peacetime order, and then I am accountable, because right now what have I got? I could send a letter to the governor, which I've sent a couple to now, and I haven't gotten any responses. I can call the governor. I can tell my constituents to call the governor. I can deliver petitions from businesses, which I have, to the governor's office. I have all these opportunities, but I do not have an active opportunity to be held accountable, to come to this body and hit the button to say yes. And you know what, Senator Champion? In April, when the governor extended an additional 30 days, I would have pushed the green button. So I know that's a bit of a long answer, but I want to catch a few things here. That is why I'm trying to get this bill, because I want to be an active participant and take an active response, not being a passive Senate, an active Senate, as well as an active other body.
Further discussion on the bill. Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Briefly, I think it's important for me to read directly from the statute because it shows that we all can be an active participant, and we are. Mr. President, Senator Osmic's proposal doesn't all of a sudden change the notion of this body being an active participant. We have an active role in the statute. Here's what it says. A peacetime, well, it says a number of things, but I'm going to read some of the components of it. A peacetime emergency must not be continued for more than 5 days unless extended by resolution of the Executive Council up to 30 days. An order or proclamation declaring, continuing, or terminating an emergency must be given prompt and general publicity and filed with the Secretary of State. In B, it says, by majority vote of each house of the legislature may terminate a peacetime emergency extending beyond 30 days. If the governor determines a need to extend the peacetime emergency declaration beyond 30 days and the legislature is not sitting in session, the governor must issue a call immediately convening both houses of the legislature. We have a responsibility. It is outlined in the statute. That is not a subjective. It gave a directive, what the governor must do, and then we have an opportunity because it says right at the beginning, by majority vote of each house, we may terminate a peacetime declaration. So I'm not certain, Mr. President, how much more active of a role do we need to take, because it's very clear. I'm not certain, Mr. President, why the author says he needs a directive in order to come in. It's already clear in the statute that we must be notified and we must come in already. Thank you, Mr. President, for indulging me. Thank you so much.
Members, the Secretary will give Senate File 4519 its third reading.
Senate File Number 4519, a bill for an act relating to public safety requiring legislative approval to extend the duration of a peacetime emergency.
Third reading. Members, I have a list of members who would like to speak. We're going to start with Senator Benson because she's in the chamber. And then Senator Johnson will be next on the list. So Senator Johnson's on deck. Senator Benson.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I find it interesting that Senator Champion said it's in statute and it hasn't been challenged in a court. Why are we debating it? We literally every day change statute that hasn't been debated in a court. And I'm not doing this to be funny, but what we do is listen to our constituents, gain new information, and then we amend statute. We don't wait for somebody to challenge it in court. We learn from experience, bring the idea, write it down, and bring it to the body for debate. And that's what Senator Osmic has done here. The crafters of this statute perhaps did not foresee the epidemic that we are facing now. The model that the governor uses models from March 23rd of this year to March 22nd of next year. We are in this for the long haul, members, and how many times is the executive power going to be renewed? And all Senator Osmic is doing is saying, let us take our legislative responsibility seriously. Let's stand with the governor and be accountable for the decisions that are made on behalf of Minnesotans. We are out there every day. We hear from our hospital administrators. We hear from our business owners. We hear from regular people on the street. And for our leaders to be brought into a conversation with the governor to say this is how pressing this emergency is to the people of Minnesota and to make a decision together to renew that peacetime emergency is very reasonable. How do we know that this will work? Because when the people of Minnesota needed us to act quickly, we did. Senator Kiffmeyer did an excellent job of detailing how extensively and quickly we responded to the challenges facing Minnesota. I know that in crisis, the executive has power and needs to move quickly. If there is a flood, the National Guard needs to be called out. But there comes a point in a protracted event, such as the epidemic Minnesota is facing, the pandemic the world is facing, that the voice of the people needs to have a place at the table. And I know the governor listens, and I know he cares about Minnesotans, but we each have a different perspective, and we bring a different voice. And having our role as the legislature as part of that very important conversation, there is no more important time than in crisis for there to be a balance of power. And anyone who has run for a legislative office knows that there is no more important time than in crisis for the voices of the people to be well presented. That is what Senator Osmek is doing here. I support Senate File 4519, and I would ask you to support it as well.
Next on the list is Senator Johnson, followed by Senator Westrom. Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the opportunity for me to voice my support for Senate File 4519. I think Senator Osmek's bill really gets to what the essence of peacetime emergencies is all about. We've debated and we've talked about what emergency is. We heard the Webster definition, and I'm not going to argue with the great Webster because I think he's spot on. But I think we got to understand what the essence of a peacetime emergency is for. It's for preparedness of our state. We want to make sure that our state, our communities, and our areas, our districts are ready with the right equipment, the right financial resources, the right personnel to handle that situation. So when we got together as a legislative body and we passed over $550 million for preparedness of this state, I think it's only right that we are consulted again after 35 days of that initial peacetime emergency to say, have we done things right? Are our communities prepared? Mr. President, I'd like to say that our communities, at least some of our communities, are prepared. I have 3 communities, Crookston, Thief River Falls, and Roseau, who have said in resolutions that they've put out publicly that say we are prepared to begin to open business. So Senator Champion brought up 1231, and I'm glad he did, because 1231, in order for the governor to declare a peacetime emergency, he needs 2 things. In this case, an act of nature, and this is really important, local government resources are inadequate to handle the situation. I think that may have been true to begin with for most communities. I think they lack the resources to do that. $550 million, 35 days of preparedness. I think it's time to come back to the drawing board and see if they're prepared. Now, this doesn't apply to this emergency, of course, but it goes forward. This is things that are going to happen going forward. I think that really gets to the essence of what these peacetime emergencies are about. Let's prepare our communities, and let's come back to the table. Have we done everything we need to? And then that's when Senator Benson brought up our perspective is so valuable to represent our communities. Right now, our communities don't have a voice in this. This way, Senator Osmek's bill would actually give us and our constituents a voice in whether they're prepared or not, and they need that right now. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, next on the list is Senator Westrom, followed by Senator Pratt. Senator Westrom, please make your way to the chamber. Senator Westrom, let's make sure the microphone's on. There we go. Senator Westrom.
There we go. Mr. President, members, I rise in support of the Osmek bill, and I would urge your support. Senator Champion was on the floor talking about the statute. What he didn't talk about is any definition of when does an emergency end. And that's what this bill gets to. The legislature is a co-equal branch with the executive office. This isn't about Governor Walz. It isn't about any other governor that would be in their office before or after him. This is about the system of government that we have all grown up learning in high school civics, practicing in our democracy as we go to the polls every other year, and having a co-equal 3 branches of government. A legislature that legislates, sets the budgets, an executive branch that takes direction from the legislature and the financial resources they allocate for the executive branch. And when there's a issue or a problem that you can't resolve yourselves or the persons involved, then you've got the courts. The current statute needs to be changed. When this was passed in 2005, I remember there was a lot of debate about giving up executive power. The power to quarantine those that are sick. If you go back and listen to those tapes in 2005, you'll hear Representative Oskop and others in the House, which is where I served at the time. They will talk about the power of quarantining somebody that is ill and needs to stay at home. Oh, how things have changed 15 years later. There was no discussion about some governor or some single person being able to quarantine and shut down the entire state of Minnesota. The discussion under this provision and this change that was passed in 2005 was about, should you even be able to limit and quarantine a specific area or a specific group of people that have the illness and their community? And so in 15 years, we've seen this issue go from that limited power intended when the legislature passed this to a governor who didn't just quarantine the sick or the community they lived in. He shut the entire state of Minnesota down. Even while bordering states were leaving their businesses and their people free. And of course, we've got a big state. We border Canada. 400 and some miles further south, we border Iowa. We border the Dakotas. We border Wisconsin. Some areas are very populated. Some areas are very sparse. On the western edge of the state, there's counties with 3,000-4,000 people that I represent in the entire county. They're socially distanced before it was cool. And yet our governor has quarantined everybody from the beginning. Now, as Senator Osmek said, would have we supported the state of emergency? I think the Senate would have, and it did. We passed hundreds of millions of dollars bipartisanly, unanimously, to have money to react to this emergency pandemic. Early decisions, nobody's questioning. Everybody was wondering, what's the best way to approach this? As we do on the farm, you're out in the field and you need to stop, you put the clutch in. That's what we did in March, put the clutch in. But Governor, it's time to take the clutch out. We call it filing the clutch. When you start moving ahead, I grew up driving a lot of baling tractor. If any of you have baled hay, It's kind of an art you have to learn, because the person riding on the rack, if you don't drive it right, if you don't file the clutch and start just right, they usually find themselves on the ground falling off the hay rack. Or if you hit the brakes too fast, they come forward and hit the baler. So you got to have the right amount of filing the clutch. But Governor, the legislature has an active part in doing that. Members, we have an active part in the 80,000 voters we each represent. My district has very sparse counties. People are generally living further apart than Minneapolis. There should be a difference of opinion. There should be feedback that is brought. That's what each of us get to do. But we have found this statute being perverted and the legislature being ignored. And that's the reason we have it in front of us today. I have continued to receive hundreds and hundreds of emails from adults across my district saying, I am an adult. It is time you can trust me to do what's best for me and my family. Let me earn a living and be able to provide and still be safe. We have many counties with very low numbers of affected persons, thankfully. We all know that spread will continue. We aren't going to stop it no matter how many emergencies we call, but we're going to lower the curve, and we have. There are models out there that the governor has ignored, the legislature's talked about, that would have the net same results, but not a statewide quarantine of every man, woman, and child and every business. Time has gone on. We need to have this healthy debate. We need to look at areas that are more affected. And you can quarantine those limited areas, as the discussion was in 2005 when this bill was last revised. Never was it imagined that a governor would use this as ongoing emergency power and ignore the legislature. And here we are in our third emergency that this governor has called, going from March to mid-June, still telling businesses, restaurants, hair salons, big or small, you can't earn a living. If you're a big box store with a tendency to have big crowds, you can open up. But if you're a small business on Main Street in rural Minnesota, you're too small, so we've got to close you down. Folks, does that sound logical to you? It doesn't to my constituents either. At least not the hundreds and hundreds that have been emailing me, asking us to do something. And I keep telling them, unfortunately, the statute in place is giving the governor sole power to go it alone, and that's what's going on right now. Now, we're glad that he's moving in the right direction this week. He's listened to what the Senate talked about Monday. A day later, he started moving the dials, but he's moving very slow listening to the legislature. Last night, if anybody watched the news, 2 nights ago, let's start with that news. The Wisconsin Supreme Court overruled the Wisconsin governor and threw out his order of executive orders as unconstitutional. There's been challenges here in Minnesota. I've been telling people that for a long time. They're going to have to challenge the governor. That's the only way to stop some of these overreaches of power. But if we adopt this bill, after 30 days, we can have an active role as a legislature working with the governor, which is what we want to do. because I think we all have the same interest in mind. There's just more roads to get there. And when you have input from northwest Minnesota and central Minnesota and western Minnesota and southeast Minnesota and the Twin Cities of Minnesota coming together, you get a much better product. Rather than telling the restaurants in my business that are sitting on the border of South and North Dakota, watching the traffic go west, because people need haircuts. People want to go shopping. They need to buy stuff. They want to go out to restaurants and feed their family or meet some friends safely. But they're doing it in North and South Dakota. And as one local restaurant told me this week, Highway 12 running through Big Stone County to South Dakota, they call it the Road of Tears. Tears watching those customers be able to do what they want. Voters of Minnesota, formerly their customers, and all they can do is shed tears as they watch those people drive on our state highway to South Dakota and spend their money. And meanwhile, Big Stone County livelihoods are drying up, concerns about being able to even reopen. And that's the state we found ourselves in because of a one-size-fits-all decision that is going on by the executive branch without legislative input that's been meaningful. And members, that's why we find ourselves, to the citizens of Minnesota, that's why this statute is being highlighted right now and needs to be changed. We never imagined that a governor would look at this as power that could be ongoing, call emergency after emergency. As I started out saying, when does an emergency stop? Right now, the governor is the only one that decides. Because as Senator Champion talked about, the legislature just has to pass and agree that to stop the governor's power. Let's flip that on its head, because that's what the current governor has done, and he has taken the advantage of the Democrat control in the House. As long as he keeps them on his side, he can have emergency powers as long as he wants. And all he has to do, every 30 days, call the legislature back, and all that has to happen is one of those two bodies adjourns, the governor's met his duty, and he can continue his emergency power for another 30 days. That's how perverted this statute is in front of us, and that's why we need to change it. Members, we need to be a co-equal branch. We need to work with the governor, sharing our vigorous input from our constituents, those that are crying out, asking us to help them reopen their churches, their small businesses safely, and finding a way to do it so they can earn a living and feed their families and have a livelihood. One size doesn't have to fit all across this great big state of Minnesota. We can be flexible, we can be malleable, and we can do a lot better for the constituents crying out to us, and that's why this legislation is so important. The legislature needs to reassert itself and take back the powers that we wrongfully gave in 2005, and they're being misused, and this was never contemplated or discussed, as I recall, when they were discussing the concerns about even quarantining a small community or people that are sick. Never did people imagine the entire state, all of those that aren't sick, would be quarantined. And so, members, it's time for this discussion. It's time to reopen Minnesota safely and not implement a one-size-fits-all strategy. Thank you for your attention. I urge your support of this change to the legislation.
Next on the list, I have Senator Pratt, followed by Senator Pratt, followed by Senator Jensen. Senator Jensen's on deck. Senator Pratt.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. You know, Senator Westrom just gave a very eloquent history of this bill. It started back in the 1950s as a civil defense bill and was last looked at and modified 15 years ago. And I appreciate Senator Westrom bringing up the fact that no one anticipated any sort of emergency that would last this long. Now, the governor, in my mind, this bill isn't a referendum on the governor or the job he's done. The governor has issued 56 executive orders while this legislature has been in session. And quite honestly, some I've agreed with and some I haven't, and some I thought we should have had a better, more say and actually passed them into law. But I don't think that's the point here. The point here is that we are in what everybody has said, an unprecedented time. And we now see how this law works. And we need a good governance bill where we all work together, where we all come together. This crisis has shown us what can happen if an emergency crisis goes on unchecked. And that's what Senator Kiffmeyer talked about. There is no check right now on the governor's power, and that's our job. That's what the framers of our state constitution envisioned when we came here. That the governor would be a check on the legislature, the legislature would be a check on the governor, and the Supreme Court would be a check on both of us. This isn't a referendum on Governor Walz. This is a good governance bill, and I appreciate Senator Osmek bringing it up because we are the voice of the people, and we should have that voice heard during a time of crisis more than ever. So, Mr. President, thank you.
Next on the list, I have Senator Jensen, followed by Senator Osmek for closing comments, unless any other members would like to speak before the bill's author. Senator Jensen.
Testing. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Osmek, for bringing this bill forward. Perhaps it's time for a pause. The reason we're having this discussion is because the governor of Minnesota has been able to unilaterally make all the decisions that are necessary in this difficult time. The way the legislation presently sits, the only way to change that is if both the House and the Senate would move to do so. But with divided legislature, that's not going to happen. Senator Osmek has proposed that the legislation be changed so that both the House and the Senate would have to reaffirm the emergency order to allow the governor to continue as he is. Right now we have 201 legislators, and I would say that at least 195 of them believe that they're fairly impotent to impact on where we are and what's going to happen. The leadership does the best job they can to allow, if you will, the rank and file members of the Senate and the House to contribute and to put forth their opinion. But at the end of the day, you're not going to be able to get 201 people into a room, and when you're doing Zoom meetings and everything else, it becomes even more difficult. So we're being told, trust the experts, trust the governor. Well, recently we learned that Marina Kirkide was a recent graduate in mathematics at the University of Minnesota when she was solicited to participate in a task that sounded pretty nifty. She and another graduate of the University of Minnesota were asked, would you like to do some modeling and help prepare the documents and the metrics that will allow Governor Walz to determine how he's going to weave his way through the next 6, 12, 18, 24 months? She jumped at the chance. In fact, she said this, I don't think a lot of researchers get to work on something over the weekend and have public figures talk about it and make decisions based on it 3 days later. Congratulations, Marina. We have over 650,000 Minnesotans unemployed. We've absolutely imploded our economy. But I'm really glad that you got to participate, especially with your broad breadth of experience in healthcare. I know you're going to medical school this fall, but when I looked high and low on the internet for what experience you had in healthcare, I saw that you marched in a May Day parade dressed up as a cow puppet. And I saw that you made some denigrating remarks about the University of Minnesota research program in regards to how they treated animals after the University of Minnesota found itself under the spotlight using animals for human research to try to find the answers to diseases so that we can help 5-year-olds grow up to be 10 years old, and so we can help 24-year-olds get to be 44-year-olds someday. So trust the experts. On April 8th, 5 weeks ago, Governor Walz said this when he extended his stay-at-home order to May 4th. We can say with 95% confidence that we are going to need a minimum of 3,000 beds starting in the middle of May. Okay, it's May 15th. Can we concede the point? We're in the middle of May. 3,000 beds, huh? COVID-19 patients aren't using 500 beds. We have the wherewithal in this state to ramp up our hospital capacity within 48 hours, and we can have literally 2,500 ICU beds available. We're not using 200. We have ventilators that will never be unpacked. Trust the experts. Trust the mathematics graduate in her early 20s with their breadth of healthcare experience. But fear not, Minnesota. We're number one. We're absolutely leading the country when you look at the share of our COVID-19 deaths that have occurred in the long-term care facilities. When Wisconsin has 41%, and when Florida has 29%, and when California has 38%, Minnesota stands tall at 84% of our COVID-19 deaths have occurred in people in long-term care facilities. So we have excelled. Trust the experts. What we're trying to do today is we're saying, please, Mr. Governor, can we work alongside of you? Can we help own some of those calculated risks? We don't legislate through polls and approval ratings. Senator Frentz and many other senators in his caucus have tremendous amount to contribute. And there are people in our caucus that have a tremendous amount to contribute, and in the other body. But frankly, we're not being given a chance. I haven't gotten a phone call or a response from the governor's office in 3 or 4 weeks, and I think I heard that theme recur throughout the discussion today. So what this discussion is about at the end of the day, more than anything else, it's about 201 elected legislators saying, we'd like to play a part. Because quite frankly, right now, we are absolutely impotent. And that's not the way Minnesota wants it to be, regardless of any damn approval rating.
Next on the list is Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of Senate File 4519, and I'm proud to be a co-author of the bill. This is simply a checks and balances in Minnesota. There's 202 of us as elected officials on this campus that get paid. 201 legislators and 1 governor. And I could go on in comments that have already been made, but when we go to our communities and we see people in the grocery store or we see people on the street or wherever we see them, they keep saying, why aren't you doing something? Why aren't you helping us keep our businesses open or get our businesses open or help us? And my response is, there's not much we can do. The governor has control. As has been said, he has his hands full doing what he's doing. He can't take calls from us. We want to input. We want to input. Every one of our districts is different. We want our voices heard. And the constituents and the citizens of Minnesota want us to be heard. That's our job. They pay us. All these citizens pay all of us to input in a checks and balances system. And I don't feel like we've been able to do that. That's why this Senate File 4519 is so important, to learn from what we've learned in this instance, so that if this would ever, God forbid, ever happen, we can do something different and we can input for what our citizens and our constituents want us and need us to be involved with. Thank you, Mr. President.
Next on the list is the author of the bill, Senator Osmek.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've had a great discussion. Both sides of the aisle have made very good points, and I appreciate that commentary. I appreciate that debate that we have in this deliberative body. I wish to first acknowledge my co-authors on the bill, Senator Kiffmeyer, Westrom, Jasinski, Coran. I'd also like to thank the author in the other body, Representative Hertaz, for bringing this to me and pursuing it on the floor of the other body. Just a few brief comments, and then we can get to a vote. What's been talked about is that nothing in history has happened like this before. This is true. And sometimes, and I think Senator Benson probably mentioned it, and I just wanted to reiterate it, sometimes that's how legislation is made here in St. Paul. Sometimes the fierce light and heat of an issue brings out flaws in state statute. And sometimes that's what we have to work on here in the Senate and in St. Paul. There were comments regarding, maybe dark motives of why this is coming forward. It's not being done for anything other than I want to have our legislative bodies be more of an active voice. We have protesters who have now gone in front of the governor's mansion and not socially distanced, and that probably isn't the right thing to do, but I understand what their voice is. They want to exercise their First Amendment rights. Here we are again, back to the Constitution. The orders that have been generated and the peacetime emergency that we are under is taking away those rights. That cannot be underestimated. In the history of our nation, we have never, to my knowledge, never closed churches, houses of worship. We have been told you cannot go to your church or synagogue and engage in that activity because of this crisis. Was it right to do? Maybe. But it's against the fundamental principles of what this document says. There's some very deep concerns that I have regarding some of the powers under the this Emergency Peacetime Act. People have to understand there are laws with punishments and fines that are being created, not through the legislative process. There's gross misdemeanors with fines and penalties have now been created by the executive branch. Now, I don't know about you, but we got away from a king a long time ago. And I'm not saying that Governor Walz is a king by any stretch of the imagination. But those type of fines and penalties being created by one person should make you wonder about this statute and how it's being used. The statute itself, there are, and I will agree with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I will agree that there's currently a way for you to exercise, as a legislator, your rights that are passive. Now, I can submit bills and resolutions up the kazoo, but in order for us to get anything done here, you have to go through not just your caucus, but your leadership to get something to the floor. There's an incredible amount of work that goes to getting something done around here. And the reason I'm bringing this forward is because I'm cutting through all that red tape. I am cutting through all of the machinations and the caucusing and the discussion and everything, and I am changing it so that I have accountability. I have a voice. I am accountable to you at home because I have to come in here and vote to extend that emergency. I have no excuses. I can't hide behind a leader. I can't hide behind a caucus. I have to do what you elected me to do, which is come here and push a button and say, Governor, it's right for you to extend that. I think you're doing the right thing. It's right for you to extend that. I would do the same thing here today if it was a Republican governor sitting in the governor's mansion right now or a Democrat. It doesn't matter. Because, folks, you elected every one of the 67 people here on this floor to exercise that franchise. Right now, all I have is talk. All I have is, when somebody contacts me, I can say, I'm trying. I sent letters to the governor. Earlier I said petitions. I've delivered petitions. I've done everything I can. But where's my vote? Where's my vote? This changes the dynamic. And I would hope that members on both sides of the aisle understand that. In conclusion, Senator Swedzinski, he's not in the chamber, and he had a very good yell at me up the stairs the other day. He said, don't you do this, and I'm going to do this. The Constitution protects your rights. It is the Bill of Rights, protects you from government. This document identifies what can the government do. And I ask candidates who run for political office, I say, look at the Bill of Rights and tell me what's your favorite one. Well, that's sort of a silly answer, silly question, but it has a point. First Amendment, Second Amendment, Fourth Amendment, what is it? And most of them don't get it right. I've only had a couple people actually, in my opinion, get it right. It's the 10th Amendment in the Bill of Rights. Why is that? Because the 10th Amendment of the Bill of Rights says, to paraphrase, whatever's not in here goes back to the states and to the people. That's an important concept. But that's also an important concept as a legislator for us to know where the power comes from, where it's derived from, and also the fact that we need to be accountable, an active participant. So members, I appreciate the discussion, and I would hope that I can have a green vote. Thank you.
Final discussion on the bill, Senator Gazelka.
Thank you, President and members. A very good discussion about a very, very important issue. I think about the founding fathers of our country and how they were divinely inspired, I believe, to set up our form of government. And they thought it was absolutely critical that there was a separation of powers so that there wouldn't be an abuse of power. And so they didn't want a king, but they thought there was the benefit of somebody leading, the president. But they wanted the legislative branch to have equal power, appropriating money, passing bills, and working together with the president. And they wanted the judicial branch to make sure that people played by the rules of the Constitution, that they set that forth. And they brought that down to the states, and the states set up their constitutions in very similar fashion. The federal government also had emergency powers, and the states each individually could set up their own emergency powers. And so states around the country have different ways that they're enacted and different ways that they stop. And I just don't think they ever thought that there could be an indefinite time that the governor could have emergency powers. Typically, a number of times now since Governor Walz has been governor, I would get a call from his chief of staff and say, there's a blizzard, it's impacting people in southern Minnesota in a particular town. I've enacted or called up the National Guard and invoked emergency powers, and that is typically what has happened for emergency powers. But this pandemic is like no other that we've ever experienced across the world, across the country, and in Minnesota. And so all 50 states, the governors have emergency powers. And so I believe that you're going to find around the country, most legislative branches are trying to make sure that they are still working with their governors and that it's not just one person making the decisions. If you look at our governor, he's made the best decisions he possibly could have made. But I also think that those decisions would be made even better if he had all 201 legislators engaged in the process. So when this first started, under any of the scenarios about granting emergency powers, I would have granted emergency powers. Some states, for example, the House and Senate have to give them the emergency powers in the beginning. And so I know that it would have been that alarm for an emergency in my mind as far as what we would have done. But I wouldn't have imagined that I couldn't stop them. I wouldn't have imagined that one party could potentially control the direction that we go and the other party would have less power than when it was a governor and executive branches working together. I would have never imagined that. So I try to think in my mind, what if everything was flipped? What if I was on the other side of this? How would I want to respond? What would I want to do? And it's hard to come to the right answer unless you're actually not in the middle of that emergency. So I can imagine if when they set these powers up and they hadn't picked a governor and there wasn't one side of the aisle or the other, and they thought about how would you want it to end, they wouldn't have wanted to give any one side more power unnecessarily. And so what Senator Osmek is doing is simply saying, after a certain point, if both sides aren't agreeing, it ends and you go back to the way you normally do business. And if we're not at the end of the emergency powers, we have to be getting closer. We now have that emergency PPE that we had to get, and the governor had to work very hard, turning over every rock all over the world to make sure that we had those resources. And we have the capability of doing all the tests that we felt needed to be done. And again, the governor in emergency powers put a lot of pressure on different groups within our state to help us come up with those answers using emergency powers. And we had to make sure that we had all the beds that we needed, so if there was the spike that a lot of people think would happen, that we would be ready. Those were all emergencies. But now we're in place. And so as we're moving forward, when are we going to get to the point where we say the legislative branch is again the relevant branch that it needs to be working with the governor? And so I don't know. We're going to pass it today. The House did not take this out or did not pass this. But I think as we're moving forward, whether it's now or whether it's a year from now, that we put this in its proper perspective so that the legislative branch has the importance that it needs to have working with the governor. So today I'm absolutely a green vote, members, and we're going to pass this.
Members, we're on final passage of Senate File 4519 as amended. Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll. Members in the retiring room, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in room 303, please come to the chamber to vote. And members in the President's office, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in room 323, please come to the chamber to vote. And members in room 237, please come to the chamber to vote. And room 206, please come to the chamber to vote. I will now call on Senator Kent to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Kent.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report no for Senator Carlson.
Senator Carlson votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Clausen.
Senator Clausen votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Dietzick.
Senator Dietzick votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Eaton.
Senator Eaton votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Isaacson.
Senator Isaacson votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Klein.
Senator Klein votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Lane.
I'm sorry. Hold on one second, Senator Kent. Members, I'm having a hard time hearing Senator Kent. If you have conversations during this roll call vote, please take them outside the chamber. Senator Kent.
Thank you, Mr.
Please
President.
repeat that last one.
I report no for Senator Lane.
Senator Lane votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Latz.
Senator Latz votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Marty.
Senator Marty votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Newton.
Senator Newton votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Rest.
Senator Rest votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Sparks.
Senator Sparks votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Torres Ray.
Senator Torres Ray votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Wickland.
Senator Wickland votes no. I will now call on Senator Benson to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Benson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson B. votes yes.
Senator Anderson B. votes yes. Senator Benson.
Senator Dames votes yes.
Senator Dames votes yes. Senator Benson.
Senator Hall votes yes.
Senator Hall votes yes. Senator Benson.
Senator Lang votes yes.
Senator Lang votes yes. Senator Benson.
Senator Nelson votes yes.
Senator Nelson votes yes. Senator Benson.
Senator Rude votes yes.
Senator Rude votes yes. Senator Benson.
Senator Senjum votes yes.
Senator Senjum votes yes. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 36 ayes and 31 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members, the next bill up for consideration is number 81 on General Order, Senate File 512, Senator Curran.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before us, we have the Senate File 512. What this bill is in response to the COVID emergency that we're under for the Gaming Control Board. And what this bill does is it takes a variety of steps to relieve some of the fiscal pressures for our charitable gaming organizations that are feeling under the current reeling under the current economic crisis. The relief provided to the charitable gaming organizations under this bill include allowing short-term loans from the veterans organizations, gaming funds to their general funds. It waives 30% net receipt spending requirements for the fiscal year 20 only. It extends probationary period by 1 year. For those that are currently on probation. It allows a 30-day limit on credit for the sale of lawful gaming equipment to not include time bars and restaurants are closed due to COVID. It also extends all licenses by 60 days. It waives filing fees for the exempt lawful gaming groups. And then it also allows rescheduling of events postponed due to COVID for up to 400 days after the original date. And then it extends emergency gaming manager training requirements by 60 days to allow for proper scheduling of training once Executive Order 2020 is lifted. And Mr. President, I believe there is one amendment.
Discussion on Senate File 512. Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I move the A4 amendment.
Senator Kiffmeyer offers the A4 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Kiffmeyer moves to amend Senate File number 512 as follows. Page 1 after line 4, insert. This is the A4 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. This amendment is from another bill on the same subject, the Gambling Control Board. In this particular one, in the language, there's currently a requirement for an annual audit, but it does not go to the Gambling Control Board in some cases. And so in order to do their oversight and have accomplished the role in which they are given as a Gambling Control Board, their request is the licensed organization must report to the board in electronic format prescribed by the board any audit required under other certain sections. So that is the amendment. Mr. President, I ask for your yes vote.
Discussion on the A4 amendment. Senator Curran.
Mr. President, this is a friendly amendment. I urge a yes vote.
Members, any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. We will take a brief pause to gather the votes of the members in alternate locations. Receiving a sufficient number of aye votes, the motion prevails. Further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the Secretary will give Senate File 512 its third reading.
Senate File Number 512, a bill for an act relating to state government.
Third reading. Members, any final discussion on the bill? Senator Curran.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a very good bill. It addresses the challenges that COVID has brought about these organizations that run charitable gaming operations. And what it will really do is help them keep their facilities open. They serve more than just gaming operations, and it's much needed services for our veterans. Thank you.
Members, we're on final passage of Senate File 512 as amended. Seeing no further discussion, members, we're just having some technical difficulties with the board. Please be patient. Members, we're on final passage of Senate File 512 as amended. Seeing no further discussion on the bill, the Secretary will take the roll. Members in the retiring room, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in room 303, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in the President's office, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in room 323, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in room 237, please come to the chamber to vote. Room 206, members in room 206, please come to the chamber to vote. I will now call on Senator Kent to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7, but before I do, members, it is a little loud in the chamber. We're under a roll call vote. Please take your discussions outside the chamber. Senator Kent.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report aye for Senator Carlson.
Senator Carlson votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Clausen.
Senator Clausen votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Dietzick.
Senator Dietzick votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Eaton.
Senator Eaton votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Isaacson.
Senator Isaacson votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Klein.
Senator Klein votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Lane.
Senator Lane votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Latz.
Senator Latz votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Marty.
Senator Marty votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Newton.
Senator Newton votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Rest.
Senator Rest votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Sparks.
Senator Sparks votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Torres Ray.
Senator Torres Ray votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Wickland.
Senator Wickland votes aye. I will now call on Senator Gazelka to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Gazelka.
Senator Bruce Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson B. votes aye. Senator Gazelka.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye. Senator Gazelka.
Senator Hall votes aye.
Senator Hall votes aye. Senator Gazelka.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye. Senator Gazelka.
Senator Rude votes aye.
Senator Rude votes aye. Senator Gazelka.
Senator Senjum votes aye.
Senator Senjum votes aye. Senator Gazelka.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye. Senator Gazelka.
Senator Osmic votes aye.
Senator Osmic votes aye. Senator Gazelka.
Senator Ingebretson votes aye.
Senator Ingebretson votes aye. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 67 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill up for consideration is number 87 on general orders, Senate File 3226, Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. This bill allows for third-party license testers for driving exams. I don't know how many here in the chamber have teenagers, but if you've tried to get an appointment for them to get their driving tests over the last few years, it can take months to get on the Department of Public Safety Driver and Vehicle Services calendar. The state has been doing a horrific job of both scheduling and conducting the behind-the-wheel exams. You've heard the stories, and we've heard multiple times in the committees, of the suburban mom taking multiple days off work so she can get her son to take his driver's test. They drive to Virginia, Minnesota, or Grand Rapids, or Duluth, or Hibbing, or East Grand Forks. Any place that could get them in the next month. In the metro especially, it can be up to 4 months, and if you fail the exam, you go back in the queue. and it could take just another 3 months on top of that. I have a girlfriend who has 5 kids. 3 of them had to get their testing in the last 4 years. She ended up taking off 2 weeks of work and putting on hundreds of miles on her car, driving throughout the whole state, just trying to get them their driver's license. You've heard the story of parents sleeping in their cars, sitting outside the testing station, waiting for hours, hoping that there might be a last-minute cancellation. Then, last fall, KARE 11's Lauren Lemanchuk broke the story that the state has actually been reserving these appointments as standing appointments for certain driving schools, all while pushing out the rest of the public for these spots. Like I said, DVS has done a very inefficient and unacceptable job of doing their job. And this was all before the COVID-19 pandemic. So since then, more than 13,000 driver's tests across the state of Minnesota have been canceled because of the coronavirus pandemic. DVS sent out their backlog projections that they estimate there will be more than 111,000 people in the bottleneck waiting for their driver's exams by the end of the year. They couldn't keep up before, and now with the backlog of 111,000 people, I'm not sure how they propose to keep up. There's a few different solutions out there, one of them being my bill, allowing for third-party testers. DVS, in their report, came out and said that they would like to have third-party testing for their CDL licenses. That still isn't going to solve the bottleneck because the CDL licenses are less than 9% of the overall numbers. So that isn't even going to put a dent in the backlog. On another note, the legislature passed similar language and is in effect right now for third-party testing of bus driver's licenses. And this has been going spectacular. There's no more backlog, and there hasn't been any safety issues. So it has worked for the bus driver licenses, and now I think it would be a real solution to take care of the backlog when it comes to the Class D driver's license. So this bill specifically would allow for third-party testers trained, and they would be subject to the same rules and regulations as the current DVS staff. Testers are required to conduct the exam the exact same way that DVS does. It also states that if the third-party tester is the same person that provides behind-the-wheel instruction, then they can't use the same routes for that training and testing. It states that the third-party tester can't be related to the test taker. It also mirrors current rules indemnifying the state testers, the state by having the third-party tester held harmless from claims brought by someone injured due to an accident caused by a previous client of the tester. This, members, would really, I've calculated the numbers when there was a backup anywhere from 3 to 4 months to get your driver's exam. If you're a newly turned 16-year-old with a backup of 111,000 people, you could be looking at a year or two to get your 16. So if you have a 14-year-old, you might as well set your appointment right now because there needs to be a solution for this immediately. So this bill is a good bill. This would really let parents get their kids get their driver's license. There's also one other option out there, and there's actually a bill in the Senate and a bill in the House, and they've passed this both in Wisconsin and in Georgia, where you don't even have to have a test. You can just, as long as you've done your behind the wheel and you've done your written classroom, your parents can sign off and you're on the road free to go. And I don't think that's where Minnesota wants to go. This is a middle-of-the-road option where we can have third-party testers come in and alleviate the backlog at DVS and get these kids on the road as soon as possible and save the parents waiting and driving across the state. So members, I ask for a green vote. Thank you.
Discussion on Senate File 3226. Senator Little is first on the list, followed by Senator Newman. We'll give Senator Little a few moments to come to the chamber. Senator Little.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A10 amendment.
Senator Little offers the A10 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Little moves to amend Senate File Number 3226 as follows, page 7, after line 25, insert this as the A10 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Little.
Thank you, Mr. President. The author is probably not surprised by this amendment. It's something I brought up in Transportation Committee. I'm worried that the bill doesn't define what the fee would be for this road test. I'm worried that areas of the state where there are maybe just one driving school that would be able to administer this test could increase the cost to a high degree. I'm also worried that this could stratify who's able to get a test quickly. Those that can afford it would be able to get a test quickly, but those that can't afford a high fee would have to wait in the long lines. So the A10 amendment simply states that the maximum you could charge for a road test is $75. That is a placeholder. I'm certainly flexible on conversations as to what that amount would be. But I just want to make sure that every kid out there has got a similar or same level of access to a public good as everybody else.
Discussion on the A10 amendment. Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Little. We did talk about this in committee, and thank you for bringing it up again. And I've been thinking about it over the past month or so. It will alleviate the backlog at DVS if we have third-party testers. And the more competition we can have amongst third-party testers and the state, the lower the price is going to be. I don't think there's going to be anybody that's even going to charge $75. There's going to be competition out there for where the kids can get their test, to take their behind-the-wheel test for as cheaply as they can. So I don't even think this is needed because there's going to be competition out there in the free market.
Further discussion on the A10 amendment. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would support the Little A10 amendment. It speaks to an issue that comes up in this bill that I was going to mention a little later. The fact is that folks can access the road test today, their first two tests, if they fail the first time, and then they need to go back a second time to take it again for no charge at all. And so the concern is that this new system is going to create a system of winners and losers and have-nots. Senator Housley's bill just simply doesn't speak to that issue of how much these tests might cost and any limitations on that and how that fee structure would work, which I think is a limitation. It's certainly not the model that we see in other states. We see the third-party testers reflect what's available on the public side. So I think Senator Little has hit on a good idea that is worthy of consideration. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion on the amendment. Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Dibble. I understand what you're saying, but the state isn't going to stop doing the tests. So that option is always there, except now there won't be as long of a line. So if it's a wait of 2 days at the state to get the free one, or get it the next day at the private one for $20, let the consumer decide. It's a free market out there, and that's the only thing that drives costs down. And so I don't think it's going to be a case of the haves versus the have-nots.
Further discussion on the amendment. Senator Little.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Housley, for your comments on the amendment. But after listening to you, I think we agree. If you don't think that it will ever get beyond $75, then we can support this amendment, because there will be no need to charge more than that. We don't know how this will necessarily affect the market for road tests quite yet. I just want to make sure that each student has a pretty similar chance to get this test. As you know, Mr. President, or may know, only Democrat that supported this in committee. I would really like to support this bill, but this amendment is really quite important to me, to make sure that each student can afford to get the test, just like any other student. But if we believe, like I believe, that the competition will drive down the price in a lot of areas, let's just make sure it doesn't get too costly in areas where there's limited capacity. So I'm pleading with you, please support this amendment, Senator Housley.
Further discussion on the amendment. Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Little, I respectfully oppose your amendment. Like I said, the free market will drive costs down. I know me, myself, and my kids, if there's an astronomical price over there and I only have to wait a week over here, I'm going to wait a week. So I don't think putting a price on it is actually going to make a difference because people can make that decision all by themselves. So I think that's what this bill does. Let the public decide where they want to go get their driver's exams.
Further discussion on the amendment. Senator Newman.
Oh, the button.
Senator Newman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would stand in opposition to the 810 amendment. I sincerely believe that Senator Housley's bill is a good idea, and it should move forward. In order to come to this kind of a conclusion where we're going to set a price on whatever that third-party tester is going to charge, it would seem to me that we'd have to have some background information, perhaps committee testimony, in order to determine what would be a fair price, if in fact we're going to put any kind of a limit on it at all. And as of where we stand right now, we have no information as to whether or not $75 is a reasonable fee or not. So I would oppose the amendment.
Further discussion on the amendment. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would also oppose the amendment. As Senator Housley said, we did the school bus third-party testing. We did not put any cap on that. That's been going phenomenal. We've gotten all positive feedback. What that did is that there was so many backlogs to do that. So in the school bus industry, when they wanted to hire a driver, they would have to wait and wait. And in the meantime, person that had applied went and found something else because they couldn't wait that long. This bill will basically expedite those things so they can get these testings done. As we well know, there's going to be a huge backlog of testing that has not been done during this COVID-19 circumstance. So I think it's a great bill. And the bill that I did for a school bus third-party testing had no cap and has worked tremendously. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, is there any final discussion on the amendment? Senator Little?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm hearing arguments two ways. I'm hearing there is a huge backlog, there's a huge demand for tests, and people need to get these tests quickly. But I'm also hearing that we shouldn't set a cap on the price. Now, these are competing for the following reasons because of the simple supply and demand problem. If there is a lot of demand, which I admit everybody knows there's a ton of demand, and everybody's arguing there's a ton of demand. So if there's a ton of demand, then these third-party testers in certain areas where there isn't any competition are going to be able to charge what they will. And that's what I'm worried about. So I'm hearing two competing arguments that are contradicting each other. All I want to do is just make sure our students can get these tests as fast as they can and safely, and that it doesn't cost too much for them to do it. So if there is an urgency to get them these tests, then there should be an urgency that they can be able to afford the tests that we are trying to get them. So I urge a yes vote on the amendment.
Final discussion on the amendment. Senator Housley?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll wrap this up. Oh, shoot. Now, what was I going to say about that? $75. Darn, it was good, too. Oh, it's going to come to me. Oh, I don't know. Sorry.
All right, members, any final discussion on the A10 amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no.
No.
We will take a brief pause to gather the votes of the members in alternate locations. The members in the chamber, if you are a yes vote on the A10 amendment, please stand by your desk. Please be seated. Members, if you are a no vote on the A10 amendment, please stand at your desk. No. Members, on a vote of 18 to 26, members, you may be seated. Thank you. Sorry, my apologies. Members, on a vote of 18 to 26, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. We are back on Senate File 3226. I have Senator Newman followed by Senator Howe. Senator Newman.
Mr. Chair, I wanted to come to the mic and speak in favor of this bill. I'm going to try to be brief, but I do want to point out several factors that I think are really important. First of all, the backlog that we are talking about is a backlog that pre-existed the COVID crisis. And it is one that has been growing for some time. The frustration in our communities out there is great, and the COVID crisis has simply exacerbated the situation. I believe there's only realistically 3 ways that we can try and address this problem. We could go with the proposals that that DVS is or has prepared, and I'm going to talk about that in a bit. And they have some very good ideas. We could go with Senator Housley's idea of third-party testing, and I think that that is a very good idea. The third thing that we could possibly do would be to simply waive tests and not require people to be tested in order to operate on the roads. That may be an idea that's really popular amongst parents of teenage drivers. I don't know. But I can tell you that at least in my mind, that is a public safety issue. And the only way that I think we should accept or even entertain it would be to send it through the committee process and have an extensive amount of input on that. So that really, in my mind, leaves us with 2 potential options. The third-party testing option seems to me to be a pretty good illustration of a public-private partnership. And I see no reason why that wouldn't work. But first of all, to the DVS plan to alleviate the backlog of the tests. Keep in mind now this backlog has existed far before the COVID crisis, and it's simply growing, it's simply getting worse. I hope that DVS implements its plan. I think I have some things that are in that plan that I really question. It's a plan that they released on May 11th, 2020. One of the things in the plan is to allow third-party testing of CDL licenses. That's probably a very good idea considering what we did a year ago with the school bus driving license tests. However, they are consolidating under this plan 93 exam stations and locations down to 15. They believe, and perhaps they're right, that by consolidating the exam stations, they will become more efficient. I don't know how you can go from 93 exam stations down to 15 and address what really is a crisis of a backlog. So anyone that wishes to take a look at their plan, it's got some really good ideas in it. It's got some questionable ideas in it. But I do want to bring your attention to this. As of right now, according to DVS's numbers, there's in excess of 12,000 licenses that they are backlogged on. 12,500. And they are reducing the exam stations from 93 to 15, and they figure they're going to somehow catch up. And I really do question that. But even worse, by the end of this year, by the end of December 2020, by their numbers, by DVS's numbers, they will be behind 111,500. Think about that. 111,500 people in this state by the end of the year are going to be looking for a driver's test. Now you tell me how we're possibly going to make up that kind of numbers by reducing the exam stations from 93 to 15. By my figures, that is 6,968 tests per station between now and the end of the year. How are they going to do that? Then couple in the fact that the exams today are going to take longer than they have pre-COVID because of all the precautionary things that the testers have to comply with. Sanitizing the vehicles, masks, social distancing. All of those kinds of things are going to have to be taken into consideration when they do these tests, so they're simply going to take longer to do now than they had in the past. And yet, DVS does not want to accept this third-party testing idea. They have testified in the Transportation Committee avidly against it. And I think it's really the only way out for us is to adopt third-party testing in a public partnership, public-private partnership type of an arrangement, and let the folks who want their driver's licenses to be able to get their tests done. Tell me, what is the difference if you have private individuals who do the training but not allowed to do the testing? What is the real difference here? And there are certain, I am certain there's some folks who are going to stand up and say, well, it's going to be a conflict of interest, for instance. Well, you could fix that with rules and not allow folks who have done the driver's training to actually perform the tests. So I just want to bring to your attention that this really is a problem that we have to address. I don't see a way out of this mess other than third-party testing from the free market, as Senator Housley has been talking about. And I'll conclude with this. Remember I mentioned a couple of years ago, or a year ago, I can't remember, Senator Jasinski, you'd have to remind me, we passed third-party testing for school bus drivers. And DVS did not like that idea. They did not want us to do that. We did it anyhow. And just to illustrate for you that you made a wise decision when you passed that bill. I have a constituent out in cornfield country that owns a school bus company. And this man is he's very, very concerned about his students that are on his buses. As a matter of fact, his school bus motto is "Drive carefully, Minnesota has no children to spare." And I say that only because I want to illustrate he really does care about these kids. And he says to me when I asked him about to compare the school bus tests versus the Class D tests, I'm trying to link those together. He said it was a grand slam. He said that it should be noted that many states, in many states, all of the driving tests are given by non-government third-party testers, personal and commercial. I would be strongly in favor of third-party testing for all classes of drivers. The certification and reporting requirements are set at a very high level, as they should be, and I would be shocked if the quality of the testing and the testers is any different with third-party than with DVS testers. This is real information from a man that is dealing with third-party testers that are already in place. He's a real constituent. He's a real businessman, and he is very much in favor of the grand slam that we gave him a year ago with third-party testing for school bus drivers. I see no reason why we cannot do that the same for the Class D licenses. It, in reality, Mr. President, is the only way out of this jam. Thank you, Mr. President.
Next on the list, I have Senator Howe, followed by Senator Dibble. Senator Howe.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And I totally agree with what Senator Newman just got done saying, except for the fact that I think that the third-party testing piece that we're looking at is not going to get us out of this mess. I believe that it's a good fix, and it's a good way to go forward in the future so we don't fall behind like we did even before the COVID-19 pandemic. I will say that I have a constituent that contacted me saying that their 16-year-old had completed everything, has taken the test, the written test, has her permit, did all the requirements, was waiting for 2 months to take the behind the wheel. And then they shut the driver's license evaluation system down. So now she's still waiting. The way this is working, she could almost be 17 by the time she gets to take a road test, even with the third-party testers. You know, I go back and I look at what my dad had to do to get his driver's license. He went with his dad, my grandfather, went to the post office. My grandfather verified my dad's age, paid 35 cents, gave him his driver's license. The man drove for about 65 years without a ticket. Every accident he had was someone else's fault. But now I know the times have changed. We've got more technology. We got bells and whistles on vehicles that tell you when you get too close to almost anything. But I will say these folks that are taking the test and preparing themselves to drive have hours and hours behind the wheel. They have taken the written examination. They're ready to go. Still can't get a written in. So, Mr. President, I offer the A50 amendment.
Senator Howe offers the A50 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Howe moves to amend Senate File 3226 as follows, page 10 after line 30. Insert this is the A50 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, what this amendment does, it is the non-driver's test answer to the current problem that we face. Like I say, I think the third-party testing is the fix to keep us from ever getting into this problem again. But what this does is take care of the immediate backlog in such a manner that if you've taken the written test, if you've gotten every box checked except for that driver's behind-the-wheel driver's test, this allows you to get a temporary license for 1 year. And then during that 1-year period, hopefully you can get behind the wheel and take your driver's test. So that's what this does. It doesn't it's long-term fix. It's a short-term fix to get us out of that 111,500 backlog that we're facing currently today by the end of the year. So if we can cut into that and have this process in place so within a year they do still have to take that driver's test, I think this is the immediate answer, the immediate fix. Thank you, Mr. President. I'll stand for questions.
Discussion on the A50 amendment. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would be interested in Senator Housley's response. I'm sure we'll hear that at the opening of her presentation of her idea for this bill. She expressed skepticism and opposition, frankly, to this idea. The fact is that each year 40% of individuals fail their driver's road test the first time, 48% in the metro area. Who knew? And so this would have a significant negative impact on driver safety. We have been making tremendous progress over the last number of years in reducing the number of crashes in Minnesota, and we've been doing that because we've really been coordinating our policies and our procedures and our laws and our driver's education programs, our awareness building, as well as some of our healthcare systems aligning to reduce the amount of death and injury that occurs on our roads. This would have, clearly set us back and put us backwards. I have a letter here from AAA that provides the analysis of this idea because it's coming forward in the form of amendment in the other body, so they had the time to take a look at this. And the point they make is quite simple. It was my opening point, which is if you've got, 40%, 48% of teen drivers failing their test and as well as adult drivers failing their test on the first try, that means they're not ready to go out on the road, and they're not safe drivers yet. We have a high standard for roadway driver's licensure testing, and we need to keep those high standards. Furthermore, I'll make this point later when I speak to the bill itself, but some of the representations about the DVS backlog and their plan to address it are inaccurate. There is a plan to address the backlog, and we have also a report that we're waiting for. This won't solve anything. It's just going to create more problems on Minnesota roads. I request a roll call, and I urge a no vote.
A roll call has been requested. A roll call will be granted. I have Senator Newman followed by Senator Housley. Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I just wanted to take a moment to address the A50 amendment. I agree with Senator Dibble. This is a public safety issue, and I would consider a serious one. I just want to share some statistics with you from DPS. And what they indicate is that the failure rate of folks who are age 15 failed the first test at the rate of 77.23%. At age 16, they failed the test on the first go-around at 75.15%. But when you get up to age 25, then the failure rate drops to just under 50%. So my point is, Mr. President, that there is genuine value in having a test required before we turn somebody loose on our public roads, and that the aspect of a test, in my mind, does have a significant public safety aspect. Thank you, Mr. President.
I have Senator Housley followed by Senator Jasinski. Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, oppose the amendment, Senator Howe. In talking to the drivers testing schools, they are happy that there is a test at the end because they do know that some of those kids that have gone through all of their behind the wheel, have done all their classroom work, are just not ready. My sister actually lives in Georgia, and that's where they did pass something like this, and her son failed his driver's test 3 times, and she knew her own son wasn't ready, but she was going to let him keep doing that test, and she knew he had to get more behind the wheel and more hours with her in the car before he was safe to. My sister and my nephew are going to be pretty mad at me. I just outed him, but I think it's then putting the parents in that predicament where now the kid is allowed to just go out there and have their provisional license without any tests, which that's actually the safeguard between the parent and the child and knowing whether or not your child is ready to be driving. So I would respectfully, and the other thing is, I wouldn't want anything like this to go on without it going through the whole committee process. This other bill, Senate file, has gone through the whole committee process and passed through, and it's been vetted. So I mean, it's still worth talking about, Senator Howe, but I just don't see how this can be amended onto the bill today. Thank you.
Further discussion, Senator Jasinski, followed by Senator Howe. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I also respectively stand against this amendment. And I'm just going to do a short story. So I have 2 children, Sam and JC, and I think when they took their driver's test at 16, that's probably the biggest test of their life to that point, and probably the most stressful. And I know my son and daughter are going to kill me for saying this, but my son failed his test 3 times, was not very safe, and was a little aggressive. So I think the testing procedure really does help them learn. And JC passed the written, or failed the written 3 times, and then passed the driver's test her first time. So it does vary, and it's just a thing that I would be concerned about as well. I think the testing process is good, and I will speak again to the third-party portion after this amendment, but thank you.
Must be like father, like son. Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I don't know if it was Corey's public school driver's training that helped my 4 kids pass their test in such exemplary manner, or if it was just dumb luck. But it just doesn't, I guess my experience with that, my kids didn't have those problems passing the test. And, but with that, and hearing all the comments, I do not want to stand in the way of Senator Housley's bill, and I will withdraw the A50 amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Howe withdraws the A50 amendment. Next on the list is Senator Dibble. Do you still want to make some comments? Senator Dibble, followed by Senator Jasinski. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will try to be brief. I will be brief. I just wanted to express my opposition to this Senate File 3226. Very quickly, just to simply point out a few things that are of concern. First, we need to correct the record. The backlog is not going to be 110,000 tests by the end of the year. The report that Driver and Vehicle Services has issued, an 11-page summary of all of the actions they are taking and going to take to address the backlog, of which we're going to add about 12,000 because of the temporary suspension and closure of the testing facilities. If they were to do no more tests by the end of the year, that would be the backlog. We know that they're opening up next week, and much, if not all, of the backlog will be addressed through a lot of the actions that they outline in that 11-page, very thorough analysis and report of the problem. Furthermore, we have a legislative auditor's report that we've commissioned through the Audit Commission, and we did that together as a legislature, and that's going to be a thorough program analysis. This particular proposal would presume the answer and the outcome. The most important point, however, members, is to understand the implications for safety on our roads, much like the discussion that we just had on the last amendment. Minnesota ranks the 5th lowest state for teen driver deaths, and in fact, the top 5 states that are the best performing in terms of teen driver crashes and injuries and fatalities don't have third-party testing programs. There have been a lot of parallels drawn with CDLs and bus driving in third-party testing. Those are federal programs that are heavily regulated, with which Minnesota is in compliance, and were set up over a thoughtful period of time and consultation and analysis. This bill would require the Department of Vehicle Services to stand up this initiative by August 1st of 2020 and provides no funding to do so. It would cost $415,000 just this year and $2.6 million in each of the coming years to stand up this program and do all of the many demands and requirements that are placed upon the agency. I was looking at the bill. It's like something like a 6 or 7 page long bill. It's right here somewhere. Anyways, I've got a lot of papers here. Here it is. All these requirements, 10 pages worth, with no funding and a prohibition on hiring any new staff. As a matter of fact, it says the Commissioner of Public Safety must implement the requirements of this act with existing resources, must not hire additional staff to implement the requirements of this act or to conduct audits as required by the bill. And at the same time, we're placing tremendous demands on driver and vehicle services to implement Real ID, to address the backlog in expired driver's licenses, and to do a whole huge redo of the MNLAR system in the form of VTRS, as well as the driver's license FAST system. And so, in fact, I think what would occur is that we would see less service, and we would actually see the opposite occur than the stated intent of this bill. People with a budget-constrained department will find an agency that just simply can't respond with an additional $2.5 million burden placed upon them. It's an unfunded mandate. And finally, there's just some deficiencies in the criteria in the outline of the bill itself. There's no criteria for third-party testers, no required background check for these examiners. There's no requirement that the driving record of the examiners going back 5 years be examined. We talked about the fees earlier. And of course, we're going to raise the issue of conflicts of interest. That has been a huge problem in other states. When the driving school is testing its own students, clearly they are incented, it's the fox guarding the hen house, to pass their students. And so, again, that's going to cut against and mitigate against ensuring roadway safety, driver safety that's available to us through the testing program that we have. And there's no controls for testing fraud. Also a huge problem. I was reviewing the literature and the analysis from other states, and that's a big problem. I also just want to mention the 15 exam stations issue. What's happening is those exam stations are going to be completely devoted and consolidated for roadway tests, and to be able to cycle more tests through those exam stations. And the other areas are going to be given over to the written tests and other functions around driver's licenses, and it's going to speed up and allow more more throughput of those who are seeking tests. It's not going to inhibit. So again, the plan that DVS is putting forward was misrepresented on those facts. And just finally, I'll say, Mr. President, Driver and Vehicle Services was fully represented at the debate, clearly articulated much of what I've already said, and were completely disregarded and shut down in the arguments that they brought forward. They've asked the legislature to take a number of steps which the legislature has declined to do, like dealing with the failure rate, like dealing with those who don't keep their appointments, and other initiatives that they put forward in legislative proposals and requests that have been completely disregarded. So, it's no doubt that the backlog has been frustrating, but they've been making proposals to the legislature hasn't been responding to or listening to. So let's go with the plans that we know will address the backlog set forth by Driver and Vehicle Services. Let's read the legislative auditor's report that's due on our desks in the not too distant future, and really solve a problem rather than what is clearly going to create a larger problem and create an additional burden on this agency that's already stretched very thin. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will give Senate File 3226 its third reading.
Senate File number 3226, a bill for an act relating to motor vehicles.
Third reading. Final discussion on the bill. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I stand in support of Senate File 3226. Referring back to the third-party testing for school bus operators. If you talk to Garrett Regan of Faribault Transportation, he said the backlog has been cleared completely, and they can test their bus drivers at a much more efficient manner and quick, so they can get their bus drivers back behind the wheel. Prior to this, what this all started with the COVID-19, and then also there was some discussions on the department's recommendation to go from 93 testing sites to 15. I would be against that. I have a community of Otana that's about 28,000 population, and they've been asking to have a station in their town, and they can't get one. So I think this third-party testing would help free up the backlog, get our kids out in the streets. Many of them have summer jobs they need to go to, or things like that. So this would really clear up the backlog and help that. So I stand in support of 3226 and hope for a green vote.
Final discussion on the bill. Senator Housley.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, and thanks for having this discussion today. Senator Dibble, as for the OLA report, there's no reason that we can't address the things that come out of the OLA report when that finally does come out, but this is an urgent need right now for all of the parents and the kids in the state of Minnesota to get their driver's license out and to get out there and drive to work. Right now, currently, like we said, there's 12,500 that were canceled. There are 90,000 driver's tests that'll be pending from here on out. If you turned 16 in the last couple of months, you don't have the first priority or any priority. They're not even taking any appointments for those that have turned 16 in the last couple of months. They're only giving these next appointments to the 12,500 that were canceled. So that means the last 2 months of appointments have also then been pushed back. Also, the DVS plan to consolidate, like Senator Jasinski said, I don't see how going from 93 exam stations down to 15 is going to make things quicker. I can only see them getting backlogged even further. They've even said in their report that they sent out on May 11th that they really aren't sure how long this is going to take. It is going to take them more time for the road tests because it'll take longer doing to the enhanced screening and sanitizing. And they're not even sure, it says in their report, they're not even sure if their staff is going to be coming back, if some of them are still going to be staying at home, even though the stay-at-home order was lifted. And as to Senator Little, I remembered what I was going to say. I really don't think that the price is going to just be this astronomical fee to take your driver's license exam. The department estimates that there are going to be 325 third-party testers. So if you've got 325 third-party testers out there also competing with the state of Minnesota, which is free, I highly doubt that it's going to be some rate that people can't afford. But Senator Little, if it is, we can always address it next year. So members, this is a good bill. It solves the problem. It's not the extreme either way. This is middle of the road, and this will solve the problem of the backlog at the DVS and get our kids their driver's license. So I encourage a green vote. Thank you.
Members, we are on final passage of Senate File 3226. Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll. Members in the retiring room, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in room 303, please make your way down to the chamber. Members in the President's office, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in room 323, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in 237, room 237, please come to the chamber to vote. And members in 206, room 206, please come to the chamber to vote. I will now call on Senator Kent to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Kent.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report no for Senator Carlson.
Senator Carlson votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Clausen.
Senator Clausen votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Dietzick.
Senator Dietzick votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Eaton.
Senator Eaton votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Isaacson.
Senator Isaacson votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Klein.
Senator Klein votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Lane.
Senator Lane votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Latz.
Senator Latz votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Marty.
Senator Marty votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Newton.
Senator Newton votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Rest.
Senator Rest votes no. Senator Kent.
I report yes for Senator Sparks.
Senator Sparks votes yes. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Torres Ray.
Senator Torres Ray votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Wickland.
Senator Wickland votes no. I'll now call on Senator Benson to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Benson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson B. votes yes.
Senator Anderson B. votes yes. Senator Benson.
Senator Dames votes yes.
Senator Dames votes yes. Senator Benson.
Senator Hall votes yes.
Senator Hall votes yes. Senator Benson.
Senator Lang votes yes.
Senator Lang votes yes. Senator Benson.
Senator Nelson votes yes.
Senator Nelson votes yes. Senator Benson.
Senator Rosen votes yes.
Senator Rosen votes yes. Senator Benson.
Senator Rude votes yes.
Senator Rude votes yes. Senator Benson.
Senator Senjum votes yes.
Senator Senjum votes yes. Senator Benson.
Senator Osmic votes yes.
Senator Osmic votes yes. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 37 ayes and 30 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members, the next bill up for consideration is number 84 on General Order, Senate File 2224.
Senator Jasinski to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today I have Senate File 2224. It is a bipartisan consumer protection bill. First of all, I'd like to thank my co-authors, Senator Sparks, Senator Bach, and Senator Frentz. Under current law, the salvage title is only required for late model vehicles which are 5 years old or newer, or high-value vehicles over $9,000 before being damaged, or older vehicles having a gross weight of over 26,000 pounds. This is a consumer protection bill that lets people know what type of vehicle they're buying. Current law protects consumers by requiring high-value or new vehicles to get salvage titles when damaged, but ignores the consumers who buy older or lower-valued vehicles. Many parents are buying cheap cars for their kids, not knowing what their kids' lives are being risked by these damaged vehicles without their knowledge of the damage. The current loophole has caused Minnesota to be flooded with cars that were knowingly damaged by floods. Cars with flood damage may have waterlogged computers, short circuits, and other electronic sensors that can cripple important safety features like braking systems and airbags. The Minneapolis-St. Paul area ranked 7th in the number of flood vehicles that were on roads. This is mainly because of the importance of flooded vehicles from southern states due to Minnesota's lax laws. Now, this obviously goes back a few years to the 2017, but I want to read an article which actually came from KARE 11 that did a story on this in November of 2017. And it was by a lesson learned by Marissa Cartwright, and her father found out too late. She quotes, "I was risking my own life every time I got in my car," she said. Marissa had a 2001 GMC Jimmy. It was her first car that she got on her 16th birthday from her parents. She drove it for 4 years. But when she went to another dealer to upgrade, he told her that it had a serious safety flaw. The airbags that were installed in the car were dysfunctional, and found out that they would not have opened if the car had been in an accident. It turns out the car had been in a previous accident that hadn't been fully repaired. It was horrifying news to Marissa's dad, Lindsay Cartwright, who purchased the vehicle. He quotes, "If something would have happened, I don't know how I could have forgiven myself." Lindsay says he asked about the car's history before he bought it. "I said I do not want a salvaged vehicle, and he assured me that this was not a salvaged title vehicle when he bought it. That was technically true, but only because Minnesota law that one of the nation's leading experts call a state-sanctioned loophole." I think this is a good bill. I want to thank my co-authors and thank staff for putting the information together, and I stand for questions.
Thank you, Senator Jasinski. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of Senate File 2224. Members, this is an important consumer protection bill, as Senator Jasinski described. vehicles that are totaled should have a salvage title created for them so that folks know when they're buying those cars what they're buying exactly. This would help protect parents, of course, who are buying used cars for their youngsters. It also helps low-income folks who are buying secondhand cars and help them know that, in fact, this vehicle at some point in its lifetime had sufficient damage, whether that was from a crash or from a flood, such that there might be some concerns about that car. Maybe there's not, but at least they should know. Oftentimes when low-income folks do buy a car like this, they're already paying too much, and it turns out they're just dollars out because before too long the electrical system fails or some other function or component fails because of the level of damage, or it just doesn't have the structural integrity that it needs to, and they should have been alerted to that. Members, this is a good bill. It's worthy of support. I do need to note for the record, though, that it does have a fiscal implication. It is, it has an impact on the Driver and Vehicle Services Fund. That's not a general fund. That's a special revenue fund that we use for purposes like this. But it would necessitate additional license exams and inspections, it's about $500,000. It's not a lot, but it does stretch the fund to almost the point below which the cash reserve that they need to carry. It's not a fatal flaw, but it does need to be noted for the record so that we're voting as fully informed senators, and hopefully we can address those fiscal issues at some point in the not too distant future. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Dibble. Senator Westrom. Give Senator Westrom a few moments to enter the chamber. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to a parliamentary inquiry. I withdraw my parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
Fire away, Senator.
Mr. President, just seeing if you're awake. Mr. President, I rise to offer an amendment to this bill. The front desk, I believe, has the amendment, if they can report it.
Secretary will report the A4 amendment.
Senator Westrom moves to amend Senate File Number 2224 as follows. Page 1 after line 6, insert. This is the A4 amendment.
Mr. President,
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, members, this amendment is one that will be a big help and a good change to clarify existing statute that already does or should do what this amendment is clarifying. For farmers, for years, they've been able to have a farm plate, as they call it, on their farm trucks when they're purchased and used for farm purposes. I've got farmers in my district. I've got one in particular that has talked to me over and over about this, and in recent years, they've not been able to have the ability anymore to license their pickups if they're less than a 1-ton as a farm plate or a farm truck, even though that's the purpose of the truck. It's not purchased to haul passengers or go to town for other jobs, for work, for going to church, for going to the lake to go fishing. That is a passenger vehicle as it's defined under current statutes, 168.013. There's also a subdivision 37 that defines trucks for farm purposes. And members, what this does is clarifies that a pickup is a truck. if it's used for the farm purpose as we've already defined under law. The current law references trucks, and then it goes on to explain the purposes of hauling farm products, livestock, or other agriculture commodities. And as long as you're using it for those farm purposes, your truck is eligible for a farm plate. Well, somewhere over the years, the department has had some agency creep, quote unquote, and they've creeped into this area of assuming all farmers have pickups that aren't used for their farm. And so instead they're classifying them as passenger vehicles. And so in recent years, they have not been able to license or get the farm plate on pickups that are half tons, 3/4 tons. And over the years, farmers have different purposes for trucks. They don't need the big pulling diesel 1 ton or a big single axle truck to haul a spray that they might have. And as they've had more efficiency and gas mileage and lighter vehicles, farming has changed, and those trucks, half ton, 3/4 ton, can do the same job that a 1 ton maybe did in the years past, or maybe the mileage is a significant concern getting from field to field. Not every farmer farms the section of land right around their farm anymore. And so it's inherently been unfair that the agency has taken away this ability for farmers to get farm plates on vehicles that are half ton or 3/4 ton. Mr. President, members, you know the economic crisis that's going on in agriculture right now, requiring farmers to pay a higher rate to license their truck is inherently unfair. It's been allowed in the past. The statute does allow that if you look at it closely. I can share a legal memo with you from my constituent if you're interested. I've shared it with the Transportation Committee last year. We had it in the bill last year up to the point of a fiscal note coming around and killing this provision. But members, we run this operation. The agencies don't run us. And you know as well as I do, when they use a fiscal note to justify their agency change, that is totally out of bounds. It is totally uncalled for, and we shouldn't even recognize their fiscal notes when they change their habit over the years and then start depending upon that income and then charge us with a fiscal note because it's going to take money out of the HUTV fund. It wasn't meant to be there in the first place. They ought to have their hands slapped hard, but this bill just changes it going forward and restores the intent and the clarification the statute needs but had in the past until some people came along and perverted it. And so, Mr. President, members, it's a very simple change. As long as it's still the farm truck used for the same definition we had in the past, it just simply clarifies to the bureaucrats that a truck is a truck and a pickup truck is a truck. If it's a half ton, 3/4 ton, or a 1 ton, if it hauls farm products and is bought and used for that purpose, it should qualify for the farm plate. End of story. So members, I would appreciate your support on this, urge your support, and it's time to step up, do this for the farmers that many of them don't even realize this has happened to them. But those that have contacted me in my district, and I've been working for a few years on this. It's time to clarify this, rein in the bureaucrats, and let's just clarify what the legislature intended and what was the practice years ago. Even though statutes didn't change, agencies did. So I urge your support.
Thank you, Senator Westrom. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Westrom yield for a question?
Senator Westrom, will you yield for a question?
Yep. Yes, Mr. President.
Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Westrom, I'm a proud owner of a GMC 1500. My question is to the clarity you're telling us. What is the dollar amount this would change in revenue? Thank you.
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, Senator Frentz, they've rung me up with between a $1 and a $2 million fiscal note, estimating about 9,000 farm pickup trucks might qualify for this that are half-ton or three-quarter-ton, based on their estimate. Now, Mr. President, Senator Frentz, I haven't pushed back very hard on their fiscal note yet, but I will tell you, before they had come out with this, I had talked with the department, and they were very uncertain how they could come up with this number. Obviously, they've used some mathematics, some guesses, so that's probably the best guess based on their theory. But, Mr. President, Senator Frentz, that's the best answer I know of. It may be less, it may be more.
To that point, Senator Frentz.
Thank you very much for the answer, Senator Westrom, and thank you very much, Mr. President.
On the A4 amendment still, Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate your comments, Senator Westrom, and I understand that is, a good point and something we should look at. My concern is just with the recent events with COVID-19, I believe they've estimated that we're going to lose $400 million in dollar amount to the HUTD fund, and that concerns me quite a bit, and this would only add to that. But I do vow I'd work with you next session to look at this issue and have hearings on it, and I would support that at that time. But at this point, I would either stand against the amendment or ask you to respectfully withdraw.
Any further discussion on the A4 amendment? Seeing no further discussion, we will take the vote.
Mr. President.
Oh, Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, I wonder if Senator Jasinski would yield for a question.
Senator Jasinski will yield. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, Senator Jasinski, I understand your current bill, and it's doing a good thing to change for consumers here in Minnesota. You mentioned next year, Senator Jasinski. We've worked on this for over a couple of years already. If it's not this vehicle, I hope you'd be open to working on it yet this session, whether it's before we adjourn on Monday or what is an anticipated special session next month and maybe through the summer. I want to bring this relief to my constituents and the farmers across the state sooner rather than later. And so I hope you'd remain open to that as well if it doesn't go on your bill. Would you be open to that, Senator Jasinski?
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Westrom, of course, I absolutely would.
Okay. Mr. President, I recognize this might not be the right vehicle for this farm truck amendment. Mr. President, this is a very big issue for farmers. It's very ripe given the time and the circumstance we're in, and it's the right thing to do to clean up this clarification that we should all be interested in the original intent, and that's what we're trying to get back to. So, Mr. President, concerned that it might be a fiscal problem going out of here until we can work those numbers out, maybe on another bill, I'd withdraw the amendment at this time. But I appreciate your time to make this point for farmers and this change that is needed across ag country.
Thank you, Senator Westrom. Senator Westrom asked that the A4 amendment be withdrawn. So back to the Senate File 2224. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, Secretary will give Senate File 2224 its third reading.
Senate File number 2224, Bill for an Act relating to motor vehicles.
That is third reading. Any further discussion? Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to members, thank you again. Again, I think this is a bipartisan, a great consumer protection bill. Having kids of my own and knowing that a lot of parents, as well as myself, shop this category of cars as their kid's first car. This just makes me feel much better knowing that they are inspected and the buyer beware that it is a salvage vehicle if they're buying one. Thank you again for this bill, and I urge a green vote.
Thank you, Senator Jasinski. This is the final vote on Senate File 2224. The Secretary will now take the roll. Retiring room. You may now enter the chamber. Capitol Room 303. And while they're coming down, President's office. Please report to the chamber for voting. Capitol Room 323, please report to the chamber. Capitol Rooms 237 and 206, please report to the chamber. Members, conversations inside the chamber, we could move them out. Senator Frentz, are you prepared for the remote voting?
Yes, Mr. President, I am.
All right. So under Rule 40.7, Senator Frentz.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. On Senate File 2224, for Senator Carlson, I report an aye.
Senator Carlson, aye. Senator Frentz.
I report aye. For Senator Clausen.
Aye. Senator Clausen. Senator Frentz.
Mr. President, I report aye. For Senator Dietzick.
Aye. Senator Dietzick. Senator Frentz.
Mr. President, I report aye. For Senator Eaton.
Aye. Senator Eaton. Senator Frentz.
Mr. President, I report an aye. For Senator Hayden.
Aye. Senator Hayden. Senator Frentz.
Mr. President, I report an aye. For Senator Isaacson.
Aye. Senator Isaacson. Senator Frentz.
Mr. President, I report an aye for Senator Klein.
Aye. Senator Klein. Senator Frentz.
Mr. President, I report an aye for Senator Lane.
Aye. Senator Lane. Senator Frentz.
Mr. President, I report an aye for Senator Latz.
Aye. Senator Latz. Senator Frentz.
Mr. President, I report an aye for Senator Marty.
Aye. Senator Marty. Senator Frentz.
Mr. President, I report an aye for Senator Newton.
Aye. Senator Newton. Senator Frentz.
Mr. President, I report an aye for Senator Rest.
Aye. Senator Rest. Senator Frentz.
Mr. President, I report an aye for Senator Sparks.
Aye. Senator Sparks. Senator Frentz.
Mr. President, I report an aye for Senator Torres Ray.
Aye. Senator Torres Ray. Senator Sparks.
Mr. President, I report an aye for Senator Wickland.
Aye. Senator Wickland. Senator Benson.
Mr. President, Senator Anderson B. votes aye.
Anderson B. Aye. Senator Benson.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Dames. Aye. Senator Benson.
Senator Hall votes aye.
Senator Hall. Aye. Benson.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang. Aye. Senator Benson.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson. Aye. Senator Benson.
Senator Newman votes aye.
Senator Newman. Aye. Senator Benson.
Senator Osmic votes aye.
Senator Osmic. Aye. Senator Benson.
Senator Rosen votes aye.
Senator Rosen. Aye. Senator Benson.
Senator Rude votes aye.
Senator Rude. Aye. Benson.
Senator Senjum votes aye.
Senator Senjum. Aye. All senators having voted, the secretary will now close the roll. There being 67 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and the title agreed to. Wonderful. Next bill up for special orders is Senate file, or House File 4490, General Orders 82, Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, this is my bill, the Agriculture Finance Supplemental Omnibus Bill, if you will. I understand there's a motion at the desk to strike Rule 45, if the President would want to read that.
Secretary will read the motion.
Senator Westrom moves that the amendment made to House File number 4490 by the Committee on Rules and Administration in the report adopted May 14, 2020, pursuant to Rule 45, be stricken.
On that motion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We're going to pause and get in the remote voting. Receiving a sufficient number of aye votes, the motion passes. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, I also have a A3, a delete all amendment. I think it'd probably be best if we adopt that and then I could explain it, or I can explain it before we adopt it, but it will put the bill in the version it needs to be to debate.
Senator Westrom offers the A3 amendment. Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Westrom moves to amend House File number 4490 as follows. Delete everything after the enacting clause and insert. This is the A3 amendment.
Senator Westrom, why don't you explain the amendment before we adopt it?
Very good, Mr. President. Members, this delete all amendment changes this bill slightly, but it mostly changes it to conform with the agreement we have with the House Agriculture Committee. This is $1 million of supplemental spending in the areas of agriculture. And so let me walk through the primary areas. This amendment will just work out all the differences between technical language between the Senate and the House as we had passed the bills out of committee. We were able to come to agreement with Representative Poppe and their committee on this $1 million. One of the big items we are expending dollars on is the Veterinary Diagnostic Lab at the University of Minnesota. Members, this has become one of the top issues for most ag groups, especially in the livestock industry, to update the technology and the testing capacity at the Veterinary Diagnostic Lab, otherwise known as VDL. The VDL plays an important role whenever there's an epidemic or a outbreak of a disease in the agriculture livestock community. Most recently, the avian flu virus that came through our state about 3-4 years ago. Many of us remember that and how hard-hitting it was on our poultry farmers. Members, it's viruses like that we need to be prepared for. The current pandemic, the coronavirus, COVID-19, brings this to light right now, today, and how important quick, available, accurate testing is. And this upgrade for the VDL will improve the speed and efficiency by about 2.5 times the capacity that they currently have, mostly through improved technology, improved efficiency, and so they can get those tests in and out much quicker. As I recall in committee, it might be as quick as a day or a day and a half that they can process these, and that's very important when they're trying to evaluate herds or flocks of livestock across the state that might have symptoms of a disease that's so contagious. The quicker you can isolate, the quicker you can quarantine those that are affected by the disease, the better it is to keep the other flocks and herds safe. And so that's why it's become a very big and important issue with an exclamation mark in the past 2 months as we've seen the coronavirus. In discussing this with Commissioner Peterson, members, I don't see that we need to go there right now, but if the outbreak would have hit as bad as maybe was predicted 2 months ago, or if the surge would peak beyond what we have capabilities for, it is conceivable that even a department, a lab like this could be converted in my discussions with Commissioner Peterson at the Department of Ag. And so there's some flexibility potentially here, but we want to make sure our livestock industry in our state is prepared and defended by the up-to-date technology in our testing labs. African swine fever, AFS, is probably the most concerning disease right now, not on our shores, but it's in China, and it has been for the past year. So far, thankfully, we have been able to keep it off our continent. But members, something as devastating as that, which has nearly wiped out about half the herds of pigs in China this past year, would be very devastating, and it's an example like that we need this VDL investment of $675,000. Quickly running through some of the rest of the bill, $100,000 would go to grain bin and silo safety. This is an issue that our Ag Committee has taken on this past year. Of course, the budget is very tight, and this $100,000 is a good step towards helping match some grants for farm bin and grain silo safety on farms, but also taking language Senator French, Senator Draheim, who have worked a lot on this issue, had a tragic accident in their district, right outside of Senator Draheim's district, in Senator Frentz's district. The testimony in committee is tear-jerking. It is very sad and tragic when you hear that type of result and an injury that in some cases maybe could have been avoided. In most cases, it's a risk that farmers are taking when they get in their grain bins or their workers. And we want to do what we can to give them the safety, the rescue equipment, and the technology. And so half of this $100,000 will go towards technology. Senator Draheim, Senator Frentz worked on language to work with our university to develop an app or technology to help shut off augers. What a novel concept, but folks, we are in the technology age right now where this is not unimaginable. It is conceivable that our great institutions can come up with that simple technology. So when somebody's working alone, that equipment can be shut off, hopefully by a button on their cell phone or a button that they wear, some application that would shut that power auger off and save lives, protect farmers from the dangerous circumstances. Also, grants to help with a 50% matching grant up to $400 to match a cost to retrofit their grain bin with safety equipment. Much of it is simple safety equipment, but we want that equipment to be at the forefront and part of the safety that our Department of Agriculture promotes, talks about, goes out and solicits private foundation, private company dollars to help match and leverage this money. We think it can go quite a ways based on the tractor rollover history we've had. They are getting private donations for that through the Department of Agriculture, and this can be much like that and put farm safety into the top categories that we talk about and farmers are talking about and ag businesses are talking about with their customers. So that $100,000 is coming. Those two items that I've just talked about, $675 and $100,000, are coming out of repurposing some GREET dollars that we had allocated last year that were not yet encumbered or committed from last year's bill. And so we've funded those two items out of those GREET dollars, which go towards research and improvements in agriculture through that research and trial and error. We think it's very appropriate. Worked that out with the House. Quickly on the other dollars that are going out of the federal COVID fund, there's $175,000 to help farmers out with loan origination fees, up to 50% on those loan origination fees as they're going through farmer lender mediations right now are up. When they refinance those packages, typically it's maybe a farm service agency, an FSA loan. There is origination fees with the bank they're working with and the FSA. This would help pay up to half of those with $175,000 to help be a big help or an incentive for those involved and the bankers and the farmers to be able to help nudge this, hopefully to restructure so those farmers can be there when times are good again. $125,000 for PPE for grocers, helping our grocery stores, the small ones especially, up to $500 grants to help put in PPE equipment, the plastic shields along the checkout counters as they're on the front lines, making sure the citizens of Minnesota are still fed and have available places to buy food safely. Another $100,000 to go towards the farm advocates, with $60,000 of that 100 going to farm advocates dealing with COVID-19, $40,000 more for mental health for agriculture and farmers facing those challenges right now. $200,000 towards expanding meat markets at our local locker plants, local meat markets. 100 of that going towards value-added grants, whether it's meat expansion or other platforms, maybe online platforms to help the farmer that might also have a small cheese plant on their dairy farm or other meat locker plants that can have an online platform for retail. 100,000 of those grants could go to those value-added opportunities, as well as 100,000 towards meat locker expansion. Folks, you cannot get, if you have a pig in your backyard or a cow, like maybe Senator Cohen has, I'm not sure. I know he doesn't have many farms anymore. But if, let's just say if Senator Cohen was going to take that pig or cow to the local butcher plant, he'd be calling all over the state and probably find he couldn't get it in until August or September. I've talked to one in my district that was booked out till January of next year, trying to butcher pigs and hogs. Their demand, their phone has been ringing off the hook. I've got a locker plant in Bruton, Minnesota, center of my district. They have added hours in the evening, added staff, and they have gone from a couple pigs a week to 20 pigs a week in the article I read. Folks, it's that kind of increase. We want to help them be there with some small grants of perhaps coolers or things that would help their operation, and try to incentivize and encourage them to get back to the days where maybe locker plants were much more prevalent in our state, and help with the processing capacity issues that we've ran into with the bigger plants having to shut down or throttle back. Members, this is a good, strong way for revitalizing some of those small town meat markets and giving people local meat options and giving farmers places to butcher those pigs and cattle that need to be processed, as we've seen, instead of euthanized. And so we want to open and help expand those markets. And so, members, that's in a nutshell the bill. Not a huge expenditure, but a very significant one for agriculture. I stand for questions on the amendment, Mr. President, and I'd urge your support.
Thank you, Senator Westrom. To the amendment, the senator from Mankato, Senator Frentz.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Westrom. I always like to point out that when I joined the Agriculture Finance Committee, they said this is the most bipartisan committee you can join, and it has been just that every year I've served. I'm urging members to vote yes on this amendment. This represents an agreement across the aisle and with both chambers, and in particular, I want to point out some of the things that are in the COVID-19 funding. Thank you, Senator Westrom, for doing that, and I would have some additional remarks after the amendment passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Frentz. Senator Goggin, to the amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and I do want to stand up and voice my approval of this amendment, and especially Article 1, Section 5, that allows the 50% loan origination fee grants. We have, as Senator Westrom so eloquently stated, that our farm community is in really dire straits right now, and this will really help them as they go through mediation, and my bill coming up here shortly will complement this as well. And I just want to echo what Senator Frentz said. The Agriculture Finance Committee and the Policy Committees are two of the most bipartisan committees in the legislature, and it's really an enjoyment to work with everybody and to really work together, put our parties aside and work to solve problems for our agricultural community. And so with that, I just want to express my gratitude to Senator Westrom for all he's done to make this bill a success. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Goggin. Are there any more comments on the A3 amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of the A3 amendment, say aye. Those opposed, same sign. We'll have to take the votes from the remote, and we'll be right back. Having sufficient ayes, the A3 amendment is adopted. Are there any further discussions on the bill? Third reading.
Oops.
Sorry. Secretary will give the third reading.
House File Number 4490, a bill for an act relating to agriculture.
Third reading. There are members. Senator Fong He.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Okay. Good?
Senator He.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will vote green for the agricultural supplement appropriation bill here. It's needed for our farm and rural communities. I see the importance of our economy depends on our rural area, even more during this COVID-19 crisis. But I do have a regret. I do have a regret that with 3 days left, we don't see the value in micro businesses and those mom and pop under the culture mall, especially during COVID-19 health economic crisis. Let me remind everyone that just 2 days ago, this body rejected a small ask that's going to support and help 1,000 mom and pop businesses. When we asked why we don't support, the answer was, we don't have the money. And the House didn't agree with us. And we'll feel sorry. We'll feel sorry that some people will be left out. Well, the fact is, we don't see it as a priority, and that's a fact. We see these cultural mom and pop businesses as them, not us. Another fact is that all of us pay taxes. Minority-owned business are 50,000 in our state, created 270,000 jobs, and dispense 700 billion annual payrolls. My fellow senator, we are in this together. If we choose to ignore supporting one sector, perhaps the weakest link of all, what goes around comes around. As an old saying that chickens always come to roost. The likelihood of one of our major cultural mall closing is high. And all it takes is just 50 of this mom and pop not being able to restart again. That's all it takes, just 50. Although our cultural mall is throughout our state of Minnesota, and there are some in Senator Westrom District and some in southwest Minnesota too, but the major one are here in the metro. And when they close, it's a big loss to our state. There will be a ripple effect. Not just that we're going to lose collecting property tax or sales tax, but it will impact the utility companies. Utility companies that harvest energy from our windmills and other sources. It will affect the agricultural industry that transport meat and food products here to the metro, where the cultural community go and purchase. And one thing that missed out in the news, we're talking about euthanize pigs. One thing that the news didn't cover is that members of my community actually go and salvage and bought those ports, saved, I think, close to 5,000 pigs, east side alone. And that didn't cover in the news. It just happened under the radar, but I just thought I want to take this opportunity to share. Mr. President and Senator, I prefer that we don't pick winners and losers during this trying time. I have been through a lot in my lifetime, from war that led to genocide, bullying, being bullied, discrimination, lived through hunger, moment of penniless and scarcity, and so forth. Although this COVID-19 health and economic crisis is unprecedented to all of us, I think that if we have a Noah's Ark that we can save everyone and have food to feed everyone, I think that power that be will keep some of us out, purposely keep some of us out. Even though if we hold the crucial element to save life in the Noah's Ark. So what we, the poor people, and our barrier, entrenched mom and pop business, all we have left is hope. And the hope that we have is to hope for our Senate leadership, our House, our governor, to make a difference in the next few days. And do not leave it to special session. And don't anticipate using the excuse that we are now geared up for reopening business, so you don't need help anymore. This is not a game, my fellow senators and leaders. We are in this together. We are in this together, as I am the minority lead member of Ag and Housing Rural Development Committee. And I will vote yes for this agricultural supplement finance bill, as I have voted for a number of agricultural bills with appropriation, because I believe we are in this together, and we are trying to survive through this crisis. And because I see the value of our farm and rural community, and I ask, will you see mine? Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hurd. Closing comments, Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to rise to comment and compliment one particular part of the Ag Finance Bill, and that is the tractor rollover and grain safety. Thank you, Senator Westrom, for including that and fighting for the funding. Members, last August, Senator Draheim and I joined then brand new Agriculture Commissioner Tom Peterson in Nicollet County to meet with the Gran family. They had very recently lost their son in a grain bin accident. And that day we talked about how we could improve things, what the steps were that might be taken, how the legislature could play its role. And all we could see is a family that was just torn by loss. Mrs. Gran said that day, she said, I would like to see legislation that would help prevent this from happening to the next family. And today we're able to say as a Senate, we did something. What we're here to do is to try to listen to the people of Minnesota. And I just wanted it to note for the record that when we went there that day, we didn't go as Democrats or Republicans or an ag commissioner, just some people trying to figure out what we could do better. The tractor rollover program and the grain bin safety program have saved Minnesotans' lives, and this will save more. And I want to urge members to just take a pause and thank the bill's authors. Thanks to people that vote yes on this bill. This is what we're supposed to be doing. Who's against workplace safety? Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Frentz. Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I really appreciate Senator Westrom's work and all the members of the Ag Committee. I do, though, rise in support of Senator Hurd and what he has brought up in regards to the cottage food industry. It was just struck me so that here you have an inner city Hmong, and you have rural Minnesota, all kinds of nationalities, all kinds of them who say, can we just do a cottage food industry? I mean, it just seems so very Minnesota, actually, cottage food industry. I remember in the past, it took a while to get it done, but we had the hot dish bill. There was quite a bit of problem about, was it safe to do hot dish? Well, we did come around, and yes, it is quite safe to do the hot dish. Well, now we have the cottage food industry. I think once again, but probably what's more challenging is that right now is the time to do the cottage food industry when restaurants, many of them, variety of nationalities, are being shut down and how difficult things are for them. Where do they go? What do they do? This is the time. And so I'm going to call upon everybody here, because this obviously is statewide and bipartisan of all nationalities. Could we just come together and have the cottage food industry language inserted in a bill as we have in other 2 days to do so. So I just wanted to support Senator Herr and his very reasonable and his very sensible approach. And I just have a real heart for him and his community in particular. So I lend my support for Senator Herr, but for everybody across the state of Minnesota of all nationalities. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kiffmeyer. And final comments, Senator Westrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, thank you for the remarks. Senator French, Senator Herr, Senator Kiffmeyer. Agriculture, sometimes we don't realize how much goes into our food until it's gone. There's the old song, many of you out of the 80s might remember it. One of the lyrics says, "You don't know what you've got until it's gone." Members, that's true for agriculture today. A few weeks ago, we started hearing about processing plants cutting back, having to shut down, farmers having to euthanize pigs and cattle and chickens, turkeys, instead of being able to process them. But the ripple effect that has on the food supply that we all take for granted is immense. And so, members, this isn't a huge bill. We passed the finance bill last year, but it's a significant supplement bill to focus on some of the areas of challenge that we've seen in agriculture and our food supply chain. Senator Weber, Senator French, Senator Draheim, Senator Goggin, others on our committee have worked hard to get the livestock processing back up. Southern Minnesota, central Minnesota, northern Minnesota, we all have processing plants. Folks, we take that for granted. We just assume the food shows up in the grocery stores. Until recently, when we've started reading articles and you go shopping, and the grocery stores are limiting you to 3 or 4 packages per customer of meat. That's farmers that haven't been able to sell their hard work that they put into raising livestock that they get money for. That's huge impact all the way up and down the food chain. And so I just take this time for us to remember how important our farmers are to the food chain in our state, how important they are to our economy. Agriculture is about 25% of our state's economy. That is very significant. There's a lot of hurt, a lot of pain going on in agriculture right now. This pandemic has made it worse with lack of markets, restaurants shutting down, schools shutting down, natural outlets for that product. Many places that process for those specific customers can't process because they're not buying. And so it's hard to transfer over to different size packaging, whether it's eggs, whether it's bacon, whether it's other meat processing. And so, members, I just take this time. I know it's long, but think about it. And I want to draw those pictures for people across Minnesota and those of us here in the Senate, because it's significant what our farmers do, how fast our food chain can be disrupted, but what a marvelous job farmers and ag processors do to keep us fed. And these dollars can be a significant step in the right direction. Senator Herr, value-added grants can go to small farmers in your community. Many of them do a marvelous job. Many of them might be meat cutters, own little meat plants. They can expand under this bill. They have value-added opportunities or platforms online that they need help with. That could be $1 assistance under this bill. And so, Senator Herr, I want to give you that encouragement that we want to make sure all of those farmers have an opportunity, whether that's mung farming in your area, which has gotten to be a very valuable part of Minnesota agriculture, or the meat processing plant, the butcher in Bruton, Minnesota, that's looking to expand to have more local supply, local processing, or all the other meat markets across the state. There's a huge need for that right now. Anybody listening, be sure to go on the Department of Agriculture site, look for those value-added grants, talk to them about expanding your meat market and processing more of those farmers' livestock right in your community, selling it locally, and helping in the food supply chain. So, Mr. President, members, I urge your support. This is a very significant bill at this significant time we stand in Minnesota. We salute our farmers and all those that do such a marvelous job feeding Minnesotans, feeding the country, and feeding the world, and we do not want to take it for granted. We've came close. We've realized how important they are, but remember, you don't know what you have until it's gone, and we want to fix it so it's not gone, and we can have ample food supply for Minnesotans. Thank you. I'd appreciate your support on this bill.
Members, we are on final passage as amended to House File 4490. The Secretary will take the roll. Members in the chamber vote, and the retiring room, start working your way here. Caucus room, Capitol 303, work your way on down. And then the President's office, you're on deck. Come on over after the 303 is done. Capitol 323, start working your way on down. It's a Capitol 237. 206. You can tell. 323, 237. Yeah, you're right. Tell me when, and I'll do the last one. Finally, Capitol 206, come on down. Reporting under 40.7, Senator Frantz.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. I report an aye for Senator Carlson.
Senator Carlson votes aye. Senator Frantz.
Mr. President, I report an aye for Senator Clausen.
Senator Clausen votes aye. Senator Frantz.
Mr. President, I report an aye for Senator Dietzick.
Senator Dietzick votes aye. Senator Frantz.
Mr. President, I report an aye for Senator Eaton.
Senator Eaton votes aye. Senator Frantz.
Mr. President, I report an aye for Senator Hayden.
Senator Hayden votes aye. Senator Frantz.
Mr. President, I report an aye for Senator Isaacson.
Senator Isaacson votes aye. Senator Frantz.
Mr. President, I report an aye for Senator Klein.
Senator Klein votes aye. Senator Frantz.
Mr. President, I report an aye for Senator Lane.
Senator Lane votes aye. Senator Frantz.
Mr. President, I report an aye for Senator Latz.
Senator Latz votes aye. Senator Frantz.
Mr. President, I report an aye for Senator Marty.
Senator Marty votes aye. Senator Frantz.
Mr. President, I report an aye for Senator Newton.
Senator Newton votes aye. Senator Frantz.
Mr. President, I report an aye for Senator Rest.
Senator Rest votes aye. Senator Frantz.
Mr. President, I report an aye for Senator Sparks.
Senator Sparks votes aye. Senator Frantz.
Mr. President, I report an aye for Senator Torres Ray.
Senator Torres Ray votes aye. Senator Frantz.
Mr. President, I report an aye for Senator Wickland.
Senator Wickland votes aye. Senator Kent.
Mr. President, I report an aye for Senator Kent.
Senator Kent votes aye. Thank you, Senator Frantz. Senator Gazelka.
Thank you, Mr. President. I vote, Senator Bruce Anderson votes aye.
Bruce Anderson, Senator Anderson B votes aye. Senator Gazelka.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye. Senator Gazelka.
Senator Hall votes aye.
Senator Hall, aye. Senator Gazelka.
Senator Nelson, aye.
Senator Nelson, aye. Senator Gazelka.
Senator Rude, aye.
Senator Rude, aye. Senator Gazelka.
Senator Senjum, aye.
Senator Senjum, aye. Senator Gazelka.
Senator Lang, aye.
Senator Lang, aye. Senator Gazelka.
Senator Osmic, aye.
Senator Osmic, aye. Senator Gazelka.
And Senator Ingebretson, aye.
Senator Ingebretson, aye. Thank you, Senator Gazelka. All senators having voted, Senate Secretary will close the roll. Seeing 67 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and entitled to.
Senator Gazelka.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that House File numbers 4137 and 4599 be taken from the table.
On that motion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. We'll take a brief pause to gather the votes of the members in alternate locations. Receiving a sufficient number of aye votes, the motion prevails. Members, the next bill up for consideration is House File 4137, Senator Gazelka.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Rule 26, I designate that House File numbers 4137 and 4599 be made special orders for immediate consideration.
Now we can go to Senator Ralph for House File 4137.
Thank you, Mr. President. House File 4137 is a bill in response to some Minnesota court cases, one of them in our Supreme Court, one of them in the District Court, invalidating certain provisions of the stalking and harassment laws, criminal laws in Minnesota. At the current time, the courts found that the statutes were overbroad and vague, and quite frankly, with that finding, threatened the whole scheme set forth in Minnesota Statute 609.749. This is the stalking and harassment criminal portion of the law. As a result, it became necessary to rewrite the entire bill. Basically, what this does is changes, in a general sense, it changes the bill to provide a specific intent to stalk or harass as is defined in the bill. This is a serious criminal statute. We're talking about intended elements being intent to kill, injure, harass, or intimidate another person if it places the other person in reasonable fear of substantially bodily harm, places the person in reasonable fear that the person's family or household members will be subjected to substantial bodily harm, or cause or would reasonably expected to cause substantial emotional distress in the other person. There are some definitions for the terms that were used in there. Basically, this will allow prosecutors to be able to proceed with cases under this statute. This statute follows now the federal harassment law, which was cited by the court as an appropriate model for the proper prosecution of these cases. There were a couple of other items in there that it mirrored the aggravated harassment crime, which it applies to certain situations already in law and clears up the ambiguity with regard to that. Such aggravated cases involve minor victims, discrimination, dangerous weapons, impersonating another, or jury tampering. The dangerous weapons clause is amended slightly to require for the aggravated penalty to apply, a person must actually use a dangerous weapon in the commission of the crime and not merely possess one. This bill is supported by the now Violence Free Minnesota, formerly the Battered Women's Coalition, MNCASA, the Minnesota Coalition Against Sexual Assault. The victims' organizations support this in the House. Minnesota County Attorneys Association is in support. Prosecutors and law enforcement thought this law was valid all along, so there's no opposition there, or from the Minnesota Chiefs of Police or Minnesota Sheriff's Associations. With that, I will stand for any questions.
Discussion on House File 4137. Seeing none, the Secretary will give House File 4137 its third reading.
House File Number 4137, a bill for an act relating to public safety.
Third reading. Members, before I go to Senator Ralph, are there any final comments on the bill? Senator Ralph.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. This is a good bill. It plugs a significant hole in our criminal statutes and provides prosecutors with the tools to go forward in prosecuting these very serious crimes. And I urge a green vote. Thank you.
Members, we're on final passage of House File 4137. Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll. Members in the retiring room, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in room 303, please make your way down to the chamber to vote. Members in the President's office, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in room 323, please come to the chamber to vote. And members in 237, room 237, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in room 206, please come to the chamber to vote. I will now call on Senator Frentz to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Frentz.
Mr. President, I report an aye for Senator Carlson.
Senator Carlson votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Mr. President, I report an aye for Senator Clausen.
Senator Clausen votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Mr. President, I report an aye for Senator Dietzick.
Senator Dietzick votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Mr. President, I report an aye for Senator Eaton.
Senator Eaton votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Mr. President, I report an aye for Senator Hayden.
Senator Hayden votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Mr. President, I report an aye for Senator Isaacson.
Senator Isaacson votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Mr. President, I report an aye for Senator Kent.
Senator Kent votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Mr. President, I report an aye for Senator Klein.
Senator Klein votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Mr. President, I report an aye for Senator Lane.
Senator Lane votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Mr. President, I report an aye for Senator Latz.
Senator Latz votes aye. Senator Kent.
Mr. President,
Or Senator Frentz, I'm sorry.
I report an aye for Senator Marty.
Senator Marty votes aye. It's just like a routine for me now, Senator Frentz. My apologies. Senator Frentz.
Everything coming together. Mr. President, I report an aye for Senator Newton.
Senator Newton votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Mr. President, I report an aye for Senator Rest.
Senator Rest votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Mr. President, I report an aye for Senator Sparks.
Senator Sparks votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Mr. President, I report an aye for Senator Torres Ray.
Senator Torres Ray votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Mr. President, I report an aye for Senator Wickland.
Senator Wickland votes aye. I will now call on Senator Benson to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Benson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson B. votes aye.
Senator Anderson B. votes aye. Senator Benson.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye. Senator Benson.
Senator Hall votes aye.
Senator Hall votes aye. Senator Benson.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye. Senator Benson.
Senator Rude votes aye.
Senator Rude votes aye. Senator Benson.
Senator Senjum votes aye.
Senator Senjum votes aye. Senator Benson.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye. Senator Benson.
Senator Osmic votes aye.
Senator Osmic votes aye. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 67 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill up for consideration is House File 4599. Senator Goggin.
Thank you, Mr. President. And it looks like I'm batting cleanup here today. I'm the final bill on the floor, so bear with me. I don't get called up to the big leagues very often here, so I'm not like Senator Frentz. But, folks, House File 4599, we have as we all know, this COVID-19 has really caused a lot of havoc for people. And 4599 is a bill that helps our farmers out that are dealing with lender mediation on their farms, because we have a lot of farms that are really in dire straits right now. You know, back in 1986, the Farmer Lender Mediation Act was passed in response to the farm credit crisis we had back then. And back then, the Act established a 90-day standard mediation period requiring a bank or other creditor to offer mediation before enforcing a debt against agriculture property such as land, livestock, or crops. And then earlier this session, as a response to the COVID-19, we here in the Senate passed a bill to modify the Farmer Lender Mediation Act provision again, and going from a 90-day to a 150-day extension. But as this has evolved and we've got some more unfortunate runtime in this pandemic, we're finding that that's not enough time for our farmers to be able to work with their lending institutions and save their farms. So what House File 4599 does is it says, we're going to take this out to December 1st. We're going to allow our farmers to do what they love to do best, give them some breathing room, let them farm and get their crops in, get through Thanksgiving, and then work with the banks. And I gotta thank our farm credit agencies. This isn't a bill they like, but they understand the need to do it. And I want to thank them for stepping up and saying, we're not going to oppose this. We know what needs to be done, and we're going to work with our farmers and make sure that we can do everything to help them out. And just a couple of farmers sent some information to me about their situation. I have a dairy farm. There's one in Canton, Minnesota. At the end of 2019, they did their net worth. Then they did their net worth again on April 20th of this year. The value of their farming operation has gone down 66%. They had 40 steers that they were carrying through the winter so that they could sell those to pay their bills and pay off their 2019 operating loan. They have no one to buy their steers. They have no one right now wants to buy their cull cows. Dairy prices were in March back at $22 a hundredweight. Their April milk check was $17, and their May check is now $12. So they've lost almost half of what the value of their milk is. It's really tough out there. And another farm, they're under a lot of mental stress, a lot of mental strain. Their mediation runs out May 22nd if this bill doesn't pass. And we need to do all we can to help these farmers. This has been their livelihood for generations. And as Senator Westrom said just previously, the two bills previously, we need every one of our farmers to be successful. And so whatever we can do here in the Senate and the legislature to help them be successful in these unprecedented times, we need to do that. And so, members, all we're doing is we're giving our farmers some breathing room, let them concentrate on doing their job so they can do it safely, Senator Frentz. They've got enough on their mind. Whatever we can do to help ease their mind and let them focus on what they need to do so they can stay safe out on the farms, we need to do that. So, members, with that, I will stand for any questions there might have, but I please urge a green vote on this bill. It's very important that we get this through. Thank you.
Discussion on House File 4599. Seeing none, the Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
House File Number 4599, a bill for an act relating to agriculture.
Third reading. Members, is there any final discussion on the bill? Senator Goggin.
Thank you, Mr. President. And again, members, thank you for your time. Thank you to our farmers, our farm lenders, our credit associations for stepping up to help out in these times. And God bless our farming communities. Thank you.
Members, we're on final passage of House File 4599. Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll. Members, we do have one more vote today, so please do not leave the chamber. There is one more vote following the roll call vote. Don't leave the Capitol, I'm sorry. You can leave the chamber. Come back to the chamber after this vote, please. Members in the retiring room, please come to the chamber to vote.
Right where it goes, right? No, that's fine. I just told Cal. Okay, I'll do it. Hello? It was cool the first time. Now it's kind of dragging.
Did you get your stuff done?
Pardon?
Did you get your stuff? No.
No, they're going to do it now, but there's three motions I got to make.
Members in room 303, Capitol Room 303, please come to the chamber to vote. And members in the President's office, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in room 323, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in room 237, please come to the chamber to vote. And members in room 206, please come to the chamber to vote. I will now call on Senator Kent to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Kent.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report aye for Senator Carlson.
Senator Carlson votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Clausen.
Senator Clausen votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Dietzick.
Senator Dietzick votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Eaton.
Senator Eaton votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Hayden.
Senator Hayden votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Isaacson.
Senator Isaacson votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Klein.
Senator Klein votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Lane.
Senator Lane votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Latz.
Senator Latz votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Marty.
Senator Marty votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Newton.
Senator Newton votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Rest.
Senator Rest votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Sparks.
Senator Sparks votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Torres Ray.
Senator Torres Ray votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Wickland.
Senator Wickland votes aye. I will now call on Senator Benson to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Benson.
Mr. President, Senator Anderson B. votes aye.
Senator Anderson B. votes aye. Senator Benson.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye. Senator Benson.
Senator Hall votes aye.
Senator Hall votes aye. Senator Benson.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye. Senator Benson.
Senator Rude votes aye.
Senator Rude votes aye. Senator Benson.
Senator Senjum votes aye.
Senator Senjum votes aye. Senator Benson.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye. Senator Benson.
Senator Osmic votes aye.
Senator Osmic votes aye. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 67 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members were working off an addendum. Remaining under motions and resolutions will revert to the third order of business, messages from the House. The Secretary will read the messages.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce the passage by the House of the following Senate files herewith returned. Senate File Number 3435, a bill for an act relating to real estate. Senate File Number 3589, a bill for an act relating to financial institutions. Mr. President, I have the honor to announce the passage by the House of the following House files herewith transmitted. House File Numbers 4206, 4597, 2682, 3103, 4500, and 1842, both messages signed by Patrick D. Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives.
There's no action required on those messages. Remaining under motions and resolutions, we'll move to the fourth order of business, first reading of House bills. The House files listed in the addendum are given their first reading and referred as indicated. Senator Gazelka.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that House File numbers 4597, 2682, and 4500 be laid on the table.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. Opposed say no. We'll take a brief pause to gather the votes of the members in alternate locations. Receiving a sufficient number of aye votes, the motion prevails. Remaining under motions and resolutions, we'll move to the fifth order of business, reports of committees. Senator Gazelka.
Mr. President, I move the committee report printed in the addendum be adopted.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. Opposed say no. We'll take a brief pause to gather the votes of the members in alternate locations. Receiving a sufficient number of aye votes, the motion prevails. Remaining under motions and resolutions, we'll move to the seventh order of business, second reading of House bills. The Secretary will read the House file number.
House File number 2796.
Second reading. Remaining under motions and resolutions, there's one author's motion listed in the addendum. We'll vote on that author's motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. We'll take a brief pause to gather the votes of the members in alternate locations. Receiving a sufficient number of aye votes, the motion prevails. Remaining under motions and resolutions, Senator Newman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Rule 5.1, I move that House File 462 be withdrawn from the Committee on Transportation, Finance, and Policy, be given a second reading, and placed on general orders.
To that motion, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, what we are doing here is making a pure procedural move whereby we are going to ultimately adopt the omnibus transportation policy, put it onto this House file, and send it back to the House for concurrence. There are no changes whatsoever in the amendment that will be coming up, but that's what we are doing. I will tell you that I have spoken to Senator Dibble, and he is aware of and concurs with what we are doing.
Discussion on the Newman motion. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Newman is correct. We've spoken, and I would encourage a yes vote for this motion.
Any further discussion on the Newman motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. We will take a brief pause to gather the votes of the members in alternate locations.
Thank you.
Be ready for that. Receiving the 41 votes necessary, the motion prevails. The Secretary will give the House file its second reading.
House File Number 462.
Second reading. Senator Gazelka.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that an urgency be declared within the meaning of Article 4, Section 19 of the Constitution of Minnesota with respect to House File 462, and that the rules of the Senate be so far suspended as to give House File 462, now on general orders, its third reading and place it on final passage.
Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. We will take a brief pause to gather the votes of the members in alternate locations.
So much to learn. You know what Homer Simpson said? said I'm a rocker and I don't care for rules. He also set fire to his own couch and set his whole house on fire while skipping church. And as he dozed off, he said, I owe it all to skipping church. Everyone's stupid but me. Here's my muse. Well, that was a huge success from a marketing standpoint as well as content. It's a brilliant show. My favorite Simpsons line of all time is when they were talking about the Simpsons movie. They said there are more jokes that were cut from the Simpsons movie than any other comedy has in this year.
Receiving the 45 votes necessary, the motion prevails. Members, we have House File 462 in front of us. Discussion on the bill. Senator Newman.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this point, we have the A1 amendment.
Senator Newman offers the A1 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Newman moves to amend House File number 462 as follows. Delete everything after the enacting clause and insert. This is the A1 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, the A1 amendment that is now in front of you is an exact duplication of the transportation omnibus bill that left the floor a number of days ago. I don't remember exactly what. And I am requesting that the A1 amendment that we had previously adopted as Senate file, I think it was 3055, be adopted at this point.
Discussion on the A1 amendment. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've had an opportunity to review the A1 amendment. I am in support. I encourage a yes vote for that. It is the exact same package of transportation policy items that we voted on a short time ago in this chamber. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the A1 amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. We will take a brief pause to gather the votes of members in alternate locations.
I have another one.
Who did you give it to? Kent?
Receiving a sufficient number of aye votes, the motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. Members, we're back on House File 462 as amended. Any further discussion? Any more amendments? The Secretary will give House File 462 its third reading.
House File number 462, a bill for an act relating to transportation.
Third reading. Members, any final discussion on the bill? Senator Newman.
Mr. President, just want to thank the members for their cooperation on accomplishing this procedural move. Senator Dibble, thank you for your assistance. I do appreciate it. And with that, I would request final passage of this, of House File 462.
And members, before we go to a vote, I do have actually a lengthy list of announcements, so I would strongly recommend that members, after you vote, make your way back to the chamber or to one of the rooms so you can listen to the announcements. I have 4 or 5 members listed to give announcements. But for now, we're on final passage of House File 462 as amended, and seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll. Members in the retiring room, please come to the chamber to vote. And members in room 303, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in the President's office, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in room 323, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in 237, room 237, please come to the chamber to vote. And members in room 206, please come to the chamber to vote. I'll now call on Senator Kent to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Kent.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report aye for Senator Bigham.
Senator Bigham votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Carlson.
Senator Carlson votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Clausen.
Senator Clausen votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Dietzick.
Senator Dietzick votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Eaton.
Senator Eaton votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Hayden.
Senator Hayden votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Isaacson.
Senator Isaacson votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Klein.
Senator Klein votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Lane.
Senator Lane votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Latz.
Senator Latz votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Marty.
Senator Marty votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Newton.
Senator Newton votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Rest.
Senator Rest votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Sparks.
Senator Sparks votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Torres Ray.
Senator Torres Ray votes aye.
I report
Senator
aye.
Kent.
I report aye for Senator Wickland.
Senator Wickland votes aye. I will now call on Senator Kent. Can you just repeat Senator Marty's vote, please?
I report aye for Senator Marty.
Senator Marty votes aye. I will now call on Senator Benson to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Benson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson B. votes aye.
Senator Anderson B. votes aye. Senator Benson.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye. Senator Benson.
Senator Hall votes aye.
Senator Hall votes aye. Senator Benson.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye. Senator Benson.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye. Senator Benson.
Senator Osmic votes aye.
Senator Osmic votes aye. Senator Benson.
Senator Rude votes aye.
Senator Rude votes aye. Senator Benson.
Senator Senjum votes aye.
Senator Senjum votes aye. Senator Benson.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 67 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Remaining on the agenda, we'll move to the 13th order of business, announcements of Senate interest. And again, members, I have several members who have announcements. The first is Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I wanted to talk for a couple of minutes, and I've alluded to this before. This is my last opportunity to lecture the body, so I want to avail myself of that. This is something that Senator Rose and I have talked about. We've talked about it in the Finance Committee, and I alluded to it on the floor. And that's the collapse of the conference committee process in this state legislature. And we've watched it this year, and again, as I've suggested, Mr. President, on other occasions, this is an unusual year. This is a year where some of this is almost mandated, given what's happened, given how the alacrity with what happened, where there really wasn't an opportunity to maybe plan ahead. But this is a process that has been growing over the last number of years, Mr. President, and I don't blame one party or the other. I don't blame one body or the other. I can almost pinpoint when it first started with the first major conference committee, and that's when the Democrats controlled both the House and the Senate. But we've seen this grow year after year after year. And Mr. President, I'll suggest we have a generation of legislators who have no idea how a conference committee is run in an open, fair process. I think it's a great irony that if you look back at history, if I'm not mistaken, in 1972, the Democrats took the majority for the first time in the history of Minnesota in both the House and the Senate by campaigning on the openness and transparency needed in the legislative process, and they won the majorities. And Mr. President, when you don't have a conference committee process that works, what happens is, as happened last year, you make mistakes. As has happened in the past, people are upset, legislators are upset, they don't have access to the conference committees. And I'm not without fault on this on a couple of occasions. And you have members who, again, walk out of a session frustrated, discouraged, and you have not the public, not hundreds of thousands of people, but you have the folks who represent the public, whether it be advocacy groups, commercial interests, whatever it is, who then wonder what's going on, where you can't get access to people. The other thing that happens with the absence and collapse of a conference committee process is that you cede your power to somebody else. Most of the legislators within a body cede their power to a couple of people without any idea how to find them, where to reach them, or what they're doing. The bodies cede their power to the governor, where the governor, who always will usually succeed in what that governor wants to accomplish during a legislative session, now finds himself or herself in a position where they have even more control than has historically been the case. And I hope next year, Mr. President, whoever is the majority leader, whether it be Senator Kozolka continuing in that role or Senator Kent assuming that role, I hope that this body will mandate that there will be no participation unless there's a true conference committee process. Where the conference committee process fails is when one side acquiesces to the other side. And I'm not going to suggest who was to blame for last year's process. I was in the minority and had no idea, of course, what was going on. And as somebody who's had some experience in this body, normally I'd have some sense of what was going on, whether in the minority or the majority. But there was no way to determine that. And I hope next year that the leadership of this body, both majority and minority, will make the demand of the other body that absent a conference committee process that is open, transparent, fair, and where folks have knowledge of what's going on, unless that's the conference committee process, this body refuses to participate. When you lay down a legislative law like that, then you'll get back to having a conference committee process that works.
All right, members, I'm going to allow just a little bit of flexibility here. Senator Bach wants to talk to that point. Senator Bach.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I hadn't really planned to comment on what Senator Cohen had to say, but it reminded me of how this place used to work, Senator Cohen's comments, because there are a handful of lobbyists that work around this building that were working here before the open meeting law passed. It passed in the early 70s, 71, 72, maybe something like that. But members, I've talked to those lobbyists about how this place used to work. And just like in that door there, it used to be room 205, I think it's a little different now, a chairman would have an office, and he would go in there, and the counterpart from the other body would come over, and those people in that office would write omnibus bills. And there was no public participation at all. If you were somebody that had called in and wanted to testify on something that might be in a bill, you stood out in the hallway and maybe you got called in to talk with the chairman about a provision that was important to you. That is how this place operated for over 100 years. And then came the open meeting law and everything changed and sun shone in. Now, and I'm not going to say that the way bills have been put together the last 2 years are a violation of the open meeting law, because they aren't, because they're not meetings. They're not conference committees. They're just sessions of some people getting together doing some work. But I don't think that the way the place has been operating, and I will acknowledge this year is exceptional, and it is nobody's fault that things are being done in the dark. But we have to fix this, or the public is going to be completely shut out of the legislative process at our state capitol. And I just kind of challenge everybody to think about that over the course of the interim. We all can do better, both bodies, all four caucuses, and have more participation on the part of the public in this process.
Further announcements of Senate interest. I have Senator Abler, followed by Senator Rosen. Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I thought that was very well said, and I appreciate that. I actually am standing here, Mr. President, to apologize for something I did not say well. And I want to thank one of my colleagues who took the courtesy to come and point out to me that, at least for some people, how I use the word suicide seemed callous. And I'm not going to defend my words. My words are my words. I didn't mean it, but I mostly want to apologize because what I say matters. I have some influence here, and the last thing I want to do is to cause somebody some harm on that part, since it's so important. So with that, Mr. President, I just wanted to offer my apology to those individuals and whoever thought that to be untoward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Next on the list of announcements of Senate interest, Senator Rosen, followed by Senator Ingebrigtsen. Senator Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members of the Finance Committee, we are going to meet, to continue meeting in the Finance Committee 15 minutes after adjournment. Thank you.
Next, for announcements of Senate interest, I have Senator Ingebrigtsen, followed by Senator Pappas.
Thank you.
Senator Ingebrigtsen.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Today is the annual Law Enforcement Memorial Association, where they get together and they memorialize those officers in Minnesota that have been lost in the line of duty. I'll just read a little excerpt here, and then I'll finish with that. Today we honor the fallen law enforcement heroes of Minnesota that gave their lives to protect and defend the people of our great state. The Minnesota Law Enforcement Memorial Association announced that it will pay tribute to Minnesota's fallen officers during the National Peace Officers Memorial Day on May 15th. Members, the tribute will actually include the reading of the names of the fallen officers, and there's 289 of those officers who have given their lives in the line of duty since the beginning of the role, and the addition of 3 officers this year. The program, folks, will be, members will be on LEMA, L-E-M-A, Facebook page at 7 p.m. if you'd like to participate in the proceedings. Also, on a personal note, one of my dear friends was killed in the line of duty a long time ago, 1978. I did actually put a wreath out on the mall today, so I would invite anybody and everybody that would like to go down there. There is nobody there if they'd like to take a picture in honor of their fallen officers. So with that, I'd like to offer, if I could, at least ask for a moment of silence.
Absolutely. Members, please stand for a moment of silence. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Mr. President, members.
Next on the list for announcements of Senate interest is Senator Pappas, followed by Senator Swedzinski. Senator Pappas.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I'm looking for Senator Gazelka. I see he's not on the floor. I heard
Senator Benson is on the floor.
Senator Benson is on the floor. Thank you, Senator Benson.
Answer a question?
Maybe she can, would Senator Benson yield?
Senator Benson will yield. Senator
Benson, thank you, Mr. President. I heard a rumor that there might be a meeting of the Capital Investment Committee at some time tomorrow. Do you have any more information about that at this time?
Senator Benson.
Mr. President, Senator Pappas, thank you for asking the question. It has been posted. The hearing will not be before session tomorrow, is what I've been told. Will not be before session tomorrow. Emails will be sent out to clarify. That's the information I have.
Thank you.
Senator Pappas.
Mr. President, then I know that Senator Senjum doesn't come to the floor these days, but I hope that he's watching from wherever he is. His office or his home, because I really wanted to send him a message. You know, I'm a former higher ed chair, as is the Senate President, and Senator Senjum knows how important higher ed is to me, and that I've always believed that a bonding bill should be at least a third dedicated to our higher ed institutions. And that is the University of Minnesota and Minnesota State. And of course, HEAPR, or our Repair and Replacement Fund, is also very important to me, as I know it is to Senator Senjum. So in the governor's bill, we had $125 million for the University of Minnesota for repair and replacement. And for Minnesota State, we had $142.5 million. And this benefits every campus, every corner of the state, almost every county. We have students who are going to either Minnesota State or the University of Minnesota. And these are necessary repairs to repair the roof, to replace the windows, to really take care of this vital infrastructure. I also wanted to remind Senator Senjum about the importance of the Child Development and Building Replacement Center and the Chemistry Lab and the Anderson Hall renovation in Duluth. These are also very important projects. Chemistry, when you think about it, having good labs, in this age of coronavirus, we need to make sure that we're training scientists who can create vaccines for us, who can identify the viruses, and then look at all the other important diseases that we have, from cancer to Alzheimer's. I also want to point out to Senator Senjum And to my Republican colleagues, how some of your campuses are also funded in the higher ed portion in terms of the requests from Minnesota State. Vermilion Community College, Central Lakes College, Winona State University, Mr. President, and Pine Technical and Community College. These are important colleges that need to be funded in a higher ed bill. So members and Mr. President, thank you for giving me a few moments to talk about my passion for our higher ed institutions in the state of Minnesota. Thank you.
And Senator Pappas, I know Senator Senjum is watching, so I'm sure he received the message. Further announcements of Senate interest, Senator Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's a few things I've missed in the last couple months during our Stay Safe Minnesota. And like all of us, I've really missed shaking people's hands and going to the Art Institute to see my favorite paintings and giving friends of mine a hug, going to the Arboretum for walks with my wife, sorry. I almost said girlfriend. But the one thing I've never missed is a glass of clean water, safe water, coming out of my faucet. The water supply that enters our home and leaves our home has never been in question because we invest in clean water in this state. There's $300 million potential in this year's bonding bill for projects, for infrastructure. Helping cities and local governments construct wastewater and drinking water infrastructure projects, which range from replacing aging infrastructure to upgrading treatment facilities to meet regulatory requirements, as well as investing in projects that improve our water and our quality of life in Minnesota. From places as far away as Benton and Blue Earth and Cass and Crow Wing and Faribault and Fillmore counties, and Pine and Pipestone County and Wabasha and Waseca. All those counties are in need of water treatment facilities. There's an allegorical painting in the Senate chamber, and she or he, I've never figured out the gender of the main character up there, they're emptying a water vessel. It's the headwaters of the Mississippi River. I hope as long as I'm in this body, that vessel comes out clean and safe for us and for our posterity. We need a robust bonding bill to do all of those things I just talked about. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, are there any other announcements of Senate interest? I will end with some cheerful news. I am happy to announce that the Senate Feeding Minnesota Food Drive has reached our goal of $5,000 for food banks across the state of Minnesota. So thank you to everyone who has contributed. Helping make a difference for our food banks throughout the state. But there's still time. So the only thing better than meeting a goal is exceeding a goal. So if you haven't donated yet, feel free to do so. Members, are there any other announcements of Senate interest? Senator Benson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate do now adjourn until Saturday, May 16th at 11 a.m.
Senator Benson moves that the Senate do now adjourn until Saturday, May 16th, 2020 at 11 a.m. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. Motion prevails. The Senate is adjourned.